I see some people waking up. Still missing folks. You may turn on your microphones as well. We are recording at this time. It is 1:01 p.m. in the afternoon. I'm calling to order the hearing and action portion of today's February hearing. It is 1:01 p.m. in the afternoon, as mentioned before, February 3rd, 2021. This is the Historic Review Commission meeting for February. Let's start with an access check for attendees. Can our guests hear or see as needed? If you have problems, use Q&A or raise your hand and staff will try to help you out. Commissioners, I'm going to do a roll call. Make sure everybody is on. Commissioner Green, please say aye. I cannot hear you.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Dash?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Falcone? He's not here yet. He's somewhere, but not here right now. Commissioner Hill?
Present.
Commissioner Loyson? Commissioner Loyson? Microphone, your microphone is off.
I see her. She's here.
Yeah, but I want to make she's here. I just want to make sure that everybody is working fine and it's on. Karen, could you turn on your microphone?
Okay, sorry about that.
That's okay. Just making
Okay.
sure. Commissioner Snipe?
I'm here as well.
And then Commissioner Aguirre, I'm here as well. So that is the roll call for today. Before we begin, to all cases will be heard for the record and public testimony will be taken. After the presentations for hearing, we will invite testimony. Staff will first call on the people who register by name or the last 4 digits of their phone number. Then we will invite the guests who have used the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen and guests on the phone. If the staff needs to change your status in the meeting, there may be a pause or reconnection circle. Let that finish, but you should be okay. We won't lose you. The chat is disabled. That is not to be used for questions regarding the project. Please only use the Q&A for technical assistance. In regards to testimony, we will only have 3 minutes each for public testimony for the projects, while the applicants will have the time needed to express their projects. With that, I'm gonna read once again today's agenda so we are all on the same page. So let's see. First item on the agenda will be East Carson Street Historic District, 1713, 1715 East Carson Street. Item number 2, East Carson Street Historic District, 1209 East Carson Street. Item number 3, East Carson Street Historic District, 2526 East Carson Street. Item number 4, Mexican War Street Historic District, 1218 Buena Vista Street. Item number 5, Mexican War Street Historic District Expansion, 211, 213, 217 Alpine Avenue. Item number 6 will be Mexican War Street Historic District Expansion, 414 Samsonia Way. Item number 7, Mexican War Street Historic District Expansion, 1311 Sherman Avenue. Item number 8, Penn Liberty Historic District, 821 Liberty Avenue. And then number 9 will be a Shenley Farms Historic District, 204 Tennyson Avenue. Reminder, there's no demolitions or historic nominations at these proceedings. So with that, I would like to invite the first applicant to speak on behalf of East Carson Street Historic District, 1713-1715 East Carson Street, proposal to remedy after the fact storefront alterations. And please state your name and address for the hearing. Thank you.
Yes, if you can hear me okay, this is David McLean of McLean Architects, and we are at 809 Bingham Street, Pittsburgh 15203 here on the south side. And what we are doing today is just an update on our project. We have received a certificate of appropriateness, and our assignment was, and we've completed the first part of it, to remove the after tile that had been installed on the building. That has been removed. In fact, that's a good image there of what the building is in the state that it's in now. Happy to report that it was able to be removed without structural damage of any kind to the building. And there are now, the owner is in the process of securing a proposal for restoring the materials to where they were prior to the installation of that tile. And that's where we are now. I think they have spoken to some restoration folks and are getting proposals lined up. And we appreciate, I think it was Sarah, I believe, who had forwarded guidelines for some of the restoration work that is being considered, as they ask for those proposals. So that is our update, actually. That's where we are with this. Encouraged by what we've got so far, and committed to, getting it done. So that's kind of our summary. If there are any questions, I'm happy to address them.
No, I think that's great, and that we were able to remove the materials for that those properties. Before we go from any questions from commissioners, we did get a letter from the LRC telling us to table 30 days any kind of decision we might make, which I think aligns with what the applicant is saying. So we can table this since it seems that we're on the right path. I don't know if other commissioners have other opinions or questions.
The only question I had for the applicant is, would 30 days be sufficient, or are you looking for additional time, kind of depending on the contractor?
Well, I think what we hope is that we would have a proposal in hand, and once we know that and we can, make sure the scope of work is expressed clearly, I think the idea is that we would present that. And certainly for the next 30 days, I think we're very comfortable with that point. And would like to run it by, the local review, that proposal as well, so that we know that we're on the right page. And then 30 days from now, we certainly will have an update, most likely not having started the actual work, but it's not impossible that we would, if we are confident that it's going to be, compliant.
So if we agree to table for 30 days, you will keep in touch with staff as to whether it's appropriate for you to be on the agenda for the next meeting or not.
That's correct. And I would ask that the default be that we are on the next agenda, because I am very confident we'll have at least that proposal to present and discuss with a schedule of, what we believe the actual work will be.
Okay.
That sounds great.
All right.
Then,
I think Sarah's muted.
Sarah, are you saying something, because we cannot hear you?
Sorry about that. No, what I was just saying is I think you guys have come a long way, and I think it looks good. But what I would ask is that if you're going to get a proposal together from another contractor, if it strays from the certificate of appropriateness you already have, you want to make sure you wait and bring that back to the commission before you start on it.
Yes.
We just want to make sure, everybody knows what's going on at the same time. So,
Got it. Yes.
and you can certainly call us staff to talk things through if you need to. So,
Sounds good.
okay.
Okay.
All
Do we
right.
have a motion then?
Sorry, Dave. I have a question, a general question here, and I may be misremembering. But do we have any drawings that are identifying the general scope? Just clarifying what we're doing. Are we tabling and then we will have a design at the next meeting? Potentially, or a subsequent meeting?
Yeah, well, basically, the agreement is to return it to how it was before that tile went on. So that the drawing is essentially the drawings that we had that were we do have a drawing that was the existing prior to, and that is the intent is to return it to that. So essentially, cleanup and or restoration on the 1713 side, and reinstallation of the previously approved tile in the same colors on the 1715 side. So we do have a drawing. It's the drawing of how it was before that tile had been placed on the building.
So
Sorry,
to Commissioner Green's question, is that one of the submitted things today? Or is it?
I am not sure. We did not send any new information for today. So what you have is what you had previously. I think if in our proposal we believe that a drawing would sort of enhance the review of it, we would do that. We would submit that. But we have the copy of the drawing from when the work was done, quite a while ago on the 715 side that actually calls out the tile colors down to the actual color and everything. So that will be the proposal. And in the proposal, we'll make sure it describes that. If it does not, when we submit the material along with the proposal, we'll put a drawing in there with it if we feel like you need that to see what we're.
We want to make sure that even though you are doing exactly what was there before, let's make sure that it's something current that we can look at it and day like this is for 2021 and this is what's happening. Just it can even be the old drawing in with a new stamp or date, so we know that it is something current and that the people working on the project, they know that that is what is current and what they have to do, just to make sure that those that there's no mistakes happening in there.
Yeah, and just from my perspective as I'm from the assistant director for PLI, just making sure we have a document to refer to so that our inspector understands what was authorized, and a picture is worth 1,000 words. A proposal can be interpreted in many aspects. So having, as the chairwoman referred to, or Commissioner Loyson, annotated version of the previous drawing, identifying what work's being performed now would be really key to ensure that we're all on the same page. And particularly if we get any, PLI gets any inquiries about the work once it commences.
Understood.
Because we don't want to have to redo it again, right?
Right.
If it goes wrong. So make sure it's thorough.
Yes, we will do that.
Very good.
So,
Okay. So do we have a motion?
yes, with that, I would like to move that we table 1713 and 1715 East Carson Street for 30 days and encourage the applicant to continue to work closely with staff during that period.
Second.
Chairwoman, did we allow for public comment on this one yet, on this item yet?
No, we didn't. Sorry. Do we have any public? Well, we had the public comment from the LRC, which I brought back. Do Do we have any other public comment regarding this property? I'm so sorry. It's February. I'm sorry.
Yeah, yes. I believe we have Robert Russ.
Okay, great.
Sorry. Mr. Ross?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I dropped out for a second as you switched over. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Sorry about that.
Okay. No problem. I appreciate the moment here, and I just wanted to say, yes, we're encouraged by the results so far. Spoke to David briefly a couple of days ago. So for the record, Bob Russ, 1927 James Street, speaking for the LRC. And I agree with the commissioners there. I think it's best to have some type of restoration plan, if not in the narrative, an outline of his previous drawings, existing conditions as they were before the non-conforming changes were made. That might just simply circle or identify the areas of work. I think we'd be concerned because you're going to be taking the adhesive off of the buildings, particularly the brickwork, that we know sort of, what kind of chemicals, what type of process, just to make sure there's no damage to the building in the process of getting it back to its original condition. So while I trust David's company will go forward in a knowledgeable way, I think it's best, to your point, that the LRC and the HRC see some type of document that says, this is what we're going to do, this is how we're going to do it, and these are the areas of work. And then the last part is just simply, when does the awning wood blocking come down? And that should be removed as part of this remediation as well. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. And I apologize once again for not calling on you earlier.
No biggie.
So with that, I think we have still the same motion and second motion. No changes on that? We can go for the
No
vote?
change.
Okay. Commissioner Green? Commissioner Green?
Aye.
Commissioner Dash?
Aye.
Commissioner Falcone?
Aye.
Commissioner Hill?
Aye.
Commissioner Loyson?
Aye.
Commissioner Snipe?
I also.
And Commissioner Aguirre is an aye. Table for 30 days. Before we move forward, I was reminded, do we have a co-reporter on the Zoom?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I'm here.
You've been here the whole time, right?
Yes, I have.
Okay, I'm sorry we didn't call you earlier.
That's okay.
Okay, well then I'm happy to see that we are good. So have I forgotten anything else so far? If not, we can move forward to the next item on the agenda. Item number 2, East Carson Street Historic District, 1209 East Carson Street, building and site alterations. David De Leon, do we have the applicant ready for us?
Yes, I believe we have David Morgan.
Mr. Morgan, state your name and address for the record. If you're there, can you hear us?
Yes, I'm here. I'm sorry. My name is David Morgan with Morgan Architecture and Design on the south side, Pittsburgh, PA 15203, and I'm the architect for the project. And so this project is a little, I don't know if it's complex, but there's a lot to it. So there's 2 portions to it. There is the East Carson Street facade, which we're requesting that you look at today, as well as a courtyard in the rear, which will have some outdoor seating. And I can get a little bit more into some of the other aspects of it. There's a building being built then as part of that. So I think maybe the best way to do this is start with the East Carson Street portion first. It's sort of a whole separate entity. So this is the existing facade. The one on the left is the existing facade photograph. And what it is it's an old facade that was covered over by plywood and some not so great woodwork. And on the further right, you can see a photograph. I believe that's from 2008 or 9. So we made a presentation to the local review committee And one of the things that we were proposing was to put an infill panel of tile in the area where that black line and those three channels.
If I could pop in real quick, it sounds like Mr. Russ is still unmuted.
I apologize.
All right, go on.
Okay, so that's right. So we originally proposed sort of a tile infill on the front there where those upper panels are. We met with the LRC. Their recommendation was to remove what's there and restore whatever exists. I thought that was an infill panel made out of wood on the right and left there on the columns. They're actually stone pieces on either pier. But met with the LRC, they suggested we do some selective demolition, which we did. We've found that the existing transom windows are in fact intact. I sort of thought they would have been messed up beyond use, but they are not. So it looks like they just took out the glass and left the transom panels. So our proposal on this is to remove, if you look at the right-hand picture, remove everything that's white, which is the piers, the transom beam covering, and the panels up above. And to restore what exists there, which are some glass and wood transom panels, and restore the stone piers and any brickwork that white might be covering. So essentially going back to the way the building was before it was sort of mangled there. Additionally, we're proposing a storefront in the same location as the existing storefront. So you can see where the doors are. They're set back. We are proposing to maintain that, but we are replacing that brick panel below the doors, the transoms, basically everything that covers the existing structure with a new cladding that would be a little more appropriate to the historic district. So Sharon, if you can move forward. This is just the side of the building, the existing side. You can go one more, please, two more. That's the rear. We'll be talking about that in a bit. So here's the proposal in context with the adjacent buildings. So as you can see, the 4 panels of transom up above would be restored. We don't know exactly what that is. It was a little difficult to get up there. We were able to sort of sneak a peek in there to find out that things are intact. But essentially what we're proposing is to restore it, whatever it is. So this is our best guess at what is up there, those 4 panels. Say it's something a little bit different that was existing or original, we'll restore it to that. And then you can see down below, we're doing slightly taller doors and a slightly lower transom panel below the storefront, keeping 2 doors in the locations where the 2 doors are. So maybe if you can move forward then, Sharon. Just a blow up of what we're proposing, and you can go forward one more. This is really just what's in that inset. So you can see the paneled base, the doors. You can see some dimensions on there. You can go forward one more, Sharon. Side would remain with the exception, we're going to add a blade sign on the front. We'll talk about signage. And then further back, you can see the wrought iron fencing that we're proposing back there. I'll talk about that a little more when we talk at the second phase of this project. I don't know what the next slide is, Sharon. A blow up of that. Again, I'll talk about that here at the second phase. And these are just this is the color scheme. So I sort of call out where the 2 colors are. And primarily it's going to be the burgundy color with trim, minor trim in the gold. And then is there one more for this, Sharon? Here's just a cross section through the door. So we would maintain the structure that exists, as you can see, would repair the transoms up above, replace it with glass, clear glass, and the door would be set back at its existing original location. Not original, its existing current location. And then we would be leaving the upper floors as is. We would not be doing anything to those. So that's the first phase of the project. And commissioners can let me know whether they want to just discuss this first before we move on. This is sort of independent of the next phase, which is at the rear. So if you want to just discuss this first, or if you want me to move forward with the next phase.
If it was me, I would say moving forward. I don't know if other commissioners agree, just so we can see the whole picture.
Agree.
Okay,
Yes,
keep moving
please.
forward, please.
Okay, very good. Then we can do the next slide. Sure. Okay, so this is the rear of the property. These are actually consolidated properties. So the lot that you see where the cars are parked on the lot, and the back 3 buildings are the subject properties. So if you zoomed in, you'd be able to see a little better. But it is this. What we're talking about here is this lot that exists in the rear here. And because of the pandemic, the owner has sort of realized that outdoor seating is really important moving forward. He's, I don't think any of us are exactly sure when this, some of these restrictions might end, and that having the outdoor is really will be a big part of his business. So he wants to develop this rear portion of the property where the parking is. As you can see on the building, on the slide on the left, there is a building there, or there's a vacant space where, as on the right, you see a building. That building was torn down at some point, I don't know, years ago. But it came in front of the commission, and the commission required that a building be built where that was in its place. So we were originally just thinking of doing the courtyard and leaving that building for later. But after talking to the LRC and the community council, it was important for them to see something put back where that existing building was. So on the left is the current condition. On the right is the building, or is the lot before that building was torn down. So if you can scroll forward a little bit, one slide, maybe one more. That's just an overall site plan. So what you're seeing here is what we're proposing for this courtyard in the back. You'll see in elevation what we're talking about, but this really consists of some grass area, some seating area, some bar area, and a small arbor back towards the rear of the property. And we also including these won't be permanent fixtures, but some fireplaces, some fire pits as well, and a dumpster area. Right now, the dumpsters are really all along the property on the side where it says under arbor dining, and where you see some trees there. That's all dumpsters now. So quite visible from the city parking lot to the right, and also visible from the Bingham Street side. Okay, if you can move forward. So maybe back, I'm sorry, Sharon. So we spoke to the LRC, and they were not okay with us just doing the outdoor seating without putting something there to fill in where that building was. Our initial proposal was really just to put in what I would call a movie set facade, and we were going to hide dumpsters behind that. That was not acceptable to the LRC. It really wasn't. It wasn't a very good idea. So we did move forward after recommendations from the LRC to install, or to place in our plan, an actual building designed and constructed to be occupied in the future. Right now, the owner does not have the funds to turn this into an enclosed building. So this would become a masonry structure with the steel beams and joists to make it stable, and windows on the Bingham Street side, and some openings along the side and rear. And what this would be not enclosed dining, it wouldn't be under roof. It would just be wrapped. This would be dining and bar wrapped in a building, in a brick building. And this building would be then in place for the future whenever business picks up, for the owners to complete and potentially have enclosed space there. Okay, Sharon, so you can move forward. So these are just blow-ups of the building plan. And to the right, you see the dumpster plan. So as part of this proposal, we are proposing an enclosed dumpster space, although I see a dimension that's off there a little bit, but it would hold 3 dumpsters that would be long and narrow, and it would be accessible from sort of a public exiting route or a public access route. We're leaving like 10 feet on the side there. Okay, so this is the elevation of what we're looking at doing. You can see this is the Bingham Street side. So you can see what we're proposing is sort of a fairly typical facade along the Bingham Street side with multiple windows, a little bit of brick corbelling, a stone base, a water table that was actually added after our LRC meeting, as well as an entrance gate and fence. And then furthest to the right there, that small brick structure is the dumpster enclosure, what you would see from the Bingham Street side. And what we got from the LRC meeting is that the LRC was really interested in activating Bingham Street to allow for more interest, more activity along that market area, the square, into this lot. So it's no longer just a parking lot. It's actually a second entrance to this this patio area. And any outdoor activity will be clearly visible from the street when you're walking in the square there. You'll be able to see through those windows. Obviously, there'll be clear glass, double hung windows. The gates will be wrought iron, so you'll be able to see through those. That's the Bingham Street facade. If you move forward one more, this is the side elevation. And what's happening here is instead of having windows, we're proposing some openings in the side that would be basically cased window openings with steel, so that these would replicate the upper window sizes. The lower windows we made bigger and I did this based on a comment from the LRC that wanted to see maybe larger openings. And I'm not quite sure if this is what they meant. We originally had 4 window openings that matched the upper window openings, and we're open to discussion on how we do that. But it is essentially a 3-dimensional building that has these openings that will be open to the entrance into some space within the courtyard. One more, Lynn, the next slide. This is the rear elevation. So you see we're continuing the 2-story building all the way through, upper cased openings in the masonry with steel surrounds. And the lower one is a more opening. It gives us a little more, it's a little more size to it. A little more width. It's more an overall storefront opening that would be back there. This is not visible from Bingham Street. It could be visible maybe from, I don't think from Carson Street, but potentially. But we're taking the theme all the way through, so we're sort of continuing that straight through. Next slide, Sharon. This is just a cross section. So what we plan on doing is putting a bar in there. You can see some steel beams in section, and you can see some joists. And the joists for this, for now, would be cedar joists that would stand up to the weather. The steel would be, painted. And what we would do in there is hang some lights in different locations from this new structure. And the structure, of course, would be a potential future second floor and a potential future roof. So we're not covering that at all. It's all open to the elements, but it will replicate to some extent the proportions of what a building would be like there. And you can see this is just some rough thoughts on how we might do lighting. So we might hang some bigger lights from the structure. We might hang some more large Christmas light kind of decorations that you see in a lot of restaurants. But again, trying to light that up at night to activate it in the Bingham Street square there. Okay, next slide. Just another section. So we can go to the next slide. Okay, just did a little 3D model because thought it might be helpful. And we have changed one thing since I submitted this. I had these windows on the side lining up with the corbel as not what it was intended to be. Those are supposed to be down. They're supposed to mimic the second floor windows. So those windows, the windows on the front and the side will align. Also, I did not update the larger window openings on the side because I wasn't sure if that was what the LRC had in mind. So this was what I originally proposed, which is 4 openings along the side on the first floor, and in the elevation, I'm showing bigger ones. And I'd like to discuss that today. You can also see the gates. These are in their open position. Sign on a steel beam that goes across there, and fencing. So you can see how that sort of activates the, it's visible from the square. And then to the right, that is the wall of the dumpster enclosure. So you can go another slide then. So just looking in from the gates, you can see that there's the brick continues around the dumpster enclosure, so that really all you're seeing from the Bingham Street side is brick, and then these openings along the side. And then inside we'll be doing wood arbors within the property, deep in the property. So there'll be some cedar arbors that are stained, and they're just shade structures, just to give it some enclosure, some of the feeling of maybe a little more human scale. Okay, next slide. Another 3D opening, or another 3D drawing, sort of showing this more or less the site then. So we've got some grass areas, as you can see. We've got some arbor areas. Towards the rear, we're just going to do some wood trusses over an outdoor dining area, just to sort of break it up a little bit, so it's not all a bunch of concrete back there. And then some trees along this side where the parking lot is. Next slide. This is a view from the rear. So the grass areas, the large opening on the first floor, and the window style openings that are open on the upper floor. Next slide. And this is a view, and the existing buildings masses that I have are not shown here. This is more for clarity, but this would be along the parking lot. So you see some wrought iron work that runs along the parking lot side. There are buildings on the, maybe go to the next slide, Sharon, if you don't mind. There are buildings where these white boxes are. So this is sort of hiding the buildings, but I wanted to show you where that wrought iron was. So the existing retaining wall remains. We'll be building up there and putting wrought iron in. And then I think that might be the end of the slides. Is that right? Yes. So I know that's a lot. So I can handle questions. I mean, I'll answer any questions wherever you want to look at it.
Thank you for the presentation. I think before we go to questions from the commissioners, I would like to have public hearing admitted into the hearing. David De Leon, do we have anybody for?
Yes, we have Robert Russ.
Okay.
Hi there. Thank you. I appreciate it, and I apologize for my interruption before. I'll be careful about the mic. So I know I only have about 3 minutes to present something, and it is a complex kind of presentation from David. We appreciate his help in working with the LRC towards this. I think everything in this view and on the East Carson Street side, the LRC is comfortable with. We've worked with him and made all the right moves to bring this storefront back to its kind of former glory. And the only point I wanted to make here was there is some indication, at least on drawings I saw, that there was going to be maybe some painting of masonry materials above the storefront. I know Dave and I talked about this. That is not what we would support. So just want to make it clear in your motion to approve this storefront design that there'll be no painting of masonry above the storefront on the second and third floor. If David could comment on that, see if he agrees. I do want to turn the attention then to the structure on the back side. I gave some examples in our LRC notes. We've had buildings torn down and have always pushed the HRC, and the community wanted another building to come in its place when we lose a building to demolition. And we've had patios show up before. And I cited one case at Chuka's where a new building was put on the street with a patio behind. And that's where this kind of approach is coming from. The trend on Carson Street has been, once bar and restaurant owners have open table seating on a patio, they soon discover that once they can get it under a roof, they'll make much more revenue putting it inside a building. So that's been the case in about 3 or 4 other locations. And we trust that this is going to be the start of a structure that eventually will get built out by the owner in subsequent years once we kind of emerge from the pandemic and things get back to normal. I think the revenue drive will almost make that happen. And also because Bingham Square is and Bedford Square there is one of the most historic parts of the neighborhood. We definitely want a structure on the street. So our only quibble here is sort of what David's talking about. We're not quite sure this structure is quite there. There's some tweaks to be done. We would advocate tabling that portion for 30 days and have him come back and work with us just to fine tune it. It's very close. But we have no other problems with the way the dumpsters are relocated are great, and the other structures, the gate. It's going to do a lot of nice things to what is now an empty hole on Bedford Square. So that's the point of all that. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. And I will also like to enter for the record that we received the letter from the LRC, Southside LRC, pretty much pointing out what Robert mentioned, as well as the not painting the second and third floor stone and brick masonry, and needing to fine tune the Bedford Square building side. So with that, do we have any more public comment, David?
Not currently.
Okay, excellent. So with that, I'm going to open it for commissioners.
I had one question, which was whether any of your images, such as the one that we're looking at right now, show the adjacent building and its window proportions. And
I don't. I should have. I apologize. I can bring up a picture of that. Well, no, you can't see my screen. It is this. I did this specifically to be. It's not. Doesn't mimic the building to the left, but that building to the left is a large brick building, fairly simple in its ornamentation, and. So I didn't mimic it, but I kept this fairly simple for that reason, as opposed to putting on a pitched roof. And the pitched roof also would have added a lot of complexity to leaving this open and then adding it later. So
yeah, I'm trying to look it up on Google Earth right
so
now.
I don't know if I can find that for you. Okay, thank you.
Well, I guess I'll start too. So we have phase 1, which is restoring the building at the front, at the corner, and then phase 2, kind of like doing this back area and brand new building. First of all, I want to thank the applicant for all the great information, drawings, details. You know, it is very helpful for us to get a good idea of what's happening. And also, I really appreciate the fact that you've been working with the LRC, because I really think that it makes everything run much smoother and with less issues and more efficiently. So thank you, everybody, for that. Personally, I don't have any issues with the storefront. I do agree when I hear about painting the stone and masonry, don't do it. You know, I'm in agreement with the LRC. And then for the back, that I think definitely wants to come back, especially if not all of it is going to take place right away. But what I really wanted to say is that I almost had to like look and drive twice that area of Market Square to think which area is he talking about, because it's so in the back. So, you know, it's not activated whatsoever. It's really pretty much dumpsters and areas. So I really love what this is going to do for the communities on that behalf. I'm really, I really thank you for your client for trying to approach this.
I would just add one thing. So I'm looking at the Google Earth picture of the adjacent building, which I guess used to be Cafe Allegro. It's very minimalist, it doesn't have anything distinctive in the way of detailing or anything that would make this soon to become a building in the back here uncharacteristic. It looks like they could probably sit well together, would be my first impression. They don't have to match, I don't think.
Yeah.
You don't have to align that yet. They look like they would work pretty well together.
Yeah, and if I might add to what Karen you're saying, I was almost gonna say for us to, if we give some sort of approval of direction, since this is not something that the client is gonna build yet, that will definitely come back when they actually move forward.
Yeah.
Right now we have the placeholder that they are going to place a building in there, and then we can look at it more carefully. Maybe at that time they might have more financing and be able to do a little bit more detailing on that building. Like, because the other way you say is very simple, but it does have some in and outs, that they might be nice to do something similar. I don't know, but that will hold on us getting of approval to see how else turn out. In first place, they might would decide, why we want to do another floor, or we want a bigger building. So I will.
Well, if I could just clarify something, we do plan on building this now.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, when I said phase two, I was just separating the front from the back, but we plan on building this immediately and would like to have this done for the summer.
Okay.
For the summer. So. And I understand, the idea of tabling this, and we can talk about that, but we would like to apply for a permit as quickly as possible in order to make get that courtyard in for the summer, because obviously the restaurant business has been pretty devastated by the pandemic, and getting into summer, it's sort of inconceivable to have this piece of property and not.
Well, administratively, we would issue a certificate of appropriateness on your full application. So, the commissioners may agree that your phase one is awesome and that phase two needs some tweaks. We would wait until phase two is approved to go ahead and issue your certificate of appropriateness. That's generally how we do things.
Okay.
So.
Would I be able to apply for a permit at that point? I mean, because, obviously there's a permitting process that has to happen as well. And, if it's a matter of tweaking like window sizes, et cetera.
I would suspect that you would be able to apply, but that it would not move forward until all of the appropriate documentation is completed.
Okay.
And I would just offer that looking at the Google Earth picture and your building, they don't match. They're not matchy, but they look like they would sit comfortably next to each other. But I think you would be well advised to include the facade of the adjacent building in your imagery.
Yep.
And also, I would say that pretty much anything you do looks better than what's there now.
Yeah.
So, I think you're on the right track.
I'm just joking, but that's faint praise, right?
No, I'm serious, right?
Yeah, I understand.
Do we have other commissioners? Do they have any input on this project?
Sure. Not what you're probably expecting, but just to clarify the permitting process, David, you're allowed to submit simultaneously for your zoning application as well as your building permit. So you can submit at any time your zoning approval, which would include HRC approval, will have to be granted prior to the building permit approval.
Okay, so they could be in the queue at the same time while we work this out.
Yep.
Fantastic.
Yes.
Yeah, we're very open to whatever suggestions that the LRC has or you have in terms of the openings on the facade.
Getting to that, I know the local review talked a little bit about some tweaks needed. I want to ask other commissioners as well on this. What tweaks do you think? Because I think we're at the point where we're all like, this is great, but we haven't really provided any guidance from us other than that the LRC still had some tweaks. So what are the tweaks that we, if any, feel?
Well, I think what Karen, and I were talking that we would like to see the existing building adjacent to it in order to make sure that they work well together. Because right now, from the drawings and the renderings, it does look like, as Karen said, they will work well together. But I think I know I would like to see the whole picture to make sure that the proportions and everything, it's aligned and works well with the adjacent.
Okay. And Sharon, I don't know, can you back up in the slides to my photos of this? You may just catch the corner of it, so it might be worth just looking at that.
No, there's not.
I don't recall seeing it.
I'm looking at Google Maps here.
Yeah, so you can see it there on the right. The
the
adjacent
right
building. I'm going to still do what you're asking, but I'm just saying, just for while we discuss it.
Yeah, I mean, we can go to Google Images too and look at it, but yeah, to see your design in the context of what is there right now.
Right.
Sure.
I mean, we could definitely give, conditional approval on what we're calling phase 1. I'm going to call 1A and 1B because then there's the same phase, just
Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah.
And Commissioner Das, Commissioner Falcone, Snipe, any questions, concerns?
Just to say that I think the treatment of the primary facade is entirely appropriate. I also think that the kind of overall design of the secondary kind of addition is appropriate as well. It definitely falls within the design guidelines of the context of this district. I mean, it's a bit later era. What it's replacing, it looks like a kind of early Victorian structure, and we're getting kind of a 1920s, 1930s, in a stylistic. But I think it's okay. That I think that this is a really particular. This intersection is. It's visible in a very kind of strange way, and I would like to see it a bit more in context and kind of pulled out a bit. But overall, I think that this is very much in the right direction. I would like to see a little bit more detail, especially when it comes to specs around kind of fencing and some of the window openings and things like that. But overall, I am kind of very comfortable kind of with the overall direction of the project.
I would also add to what Commissioner Falcone said in a slightly different vein, and that is that I think it's okay for this to be a background building. I mean, the other more historic buildings there are probably the divas, and I think it's okay for this to be plain.
Okay. I will also just want to make sure that nothing happens to the ghost sign and on the side of the building where the parking is. I mean, it's on the drawings, but let's make sure that nothing happens, on that side.
Yeah, and I can clarify, we're not going to touch the ghost sign. That was part of a very early proposal. So we're not going to do that. The ghost sign will remain as is. And any note about painting on the front is just a typo. It's left over from something we were doing before. We have no intention of painting anything up above, just so you know. I'll make those changes for the next time too.
Okay. Then do we have a motion? I think that just to summarize what we talked about, we are comfortable with phase 1A, but we just need to make sure that notation is taken out, that no painting to occur on existing masonry or stone, or touching the parking side. And then for phase 1B, we would like to see that portion back and then have more information, a little bit on detailing, materials, specs, just so we have a record of it for our information, and also for the benefit of the client and everybody involved. Does that sound? And then I guess we could do a partial approval and then just table back the 1B portion.
Yes, and request that 1B be shown in the context of existing buildings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, before you move forward, Sharon, I think I sent you a sign thing, but it was probably this morning. We just got it. So there will be some sign drawings that maybe we can consider at the next meeting as well. That's okay.
All right, then. I would like to make a motion then that for 1209 East Carson Street, that the renovations to the primary facade are approved as submitted, with the contingency that any exterior masonry not be painted, and that the applicant is to return to the commission within 30 days with a more robust plan for the rear addition of the building, which should include additional photos to place in context.
Second.
For the vote, Commissioner Green,
Aye.
Commissioner Falcone,
Aye.
Commissioner Dash,
Aye.
Commissioner Hill,
Aye.
Commissioner Loison,
Aye.
Commissioner Snipe,
Aye.
Commissioner Aguirre is an aye. Motion moves forward. Thank you for the great work, and looking forward to see you in 30 days.
Okay, great. Thanks. See you next month.
See you next month.
Bye-bye.
Moving forward, next item on the agenda is Carson Street Historic District, 2526 East Carson Street, building and site alterations. May the applicant state their name and address for the commission.
Hi, everyone. My name is Robert Zoli with Margatai Architects, and my address is 1820 Jane Street, Pittsburgh, PA 15203. So this project is the Excuses Bar and Grill located at 2526 East Carson Street, which is pictured there on the aerial image, and also adjacent lot and lot at the corner, which the owners have recently consolidated. So essentially it's one lot merging the building and the adjacent lot. The scope of work is kind of multifaceted, but essentially what the owners would like to do is expand an outdoor patio to the adjacent lot, construct a perimeter fence around that patio space, and then also make some fenestration changes to the side of the building that are adjacent to that patio space. Also, we would be repainting the building and working on the signage, which you can see at the front of the building there. So this is an existing view of the front. Obviously, a lot of non-conforming signage, which we'll be addressing as part of this application. The other thing I want to note is that the first floor level of the building is above the sidewalk level. The owners several years ago did put a ramp in for accessibility, but it doesn't meet the ADA guidelines. And it also brings people into the restaurant in kind of the most congested space. And so part of this project is to use this patio project gesture, I guess, to create an accessible entry along the side of the building. So there's more opportunity for people to accessibly enter kind of in a less congested zone. So moving on, I think we have a couple more existing photos from other angles. I think this photo shows the lot maybe in its best shape. One of the complaints from the owner and sort of working through the design process is that they own the piece of property. They really don't have a whole lot of control over it. People walk through it a lot. It collects trash, and it's really kind of a maintenance issue for them. And so we kind of want to address that. Next slide, please. And then this is just kind of looking at the rear. I think we do have another one of the rear, but there are some existing openings, all glass block along the length of the building. And when we get into the elevations, I can kind of show you most of those we're going to be proposing to either replace them with door openings or replace them with window openings, clear glass, so we can kind of create a better connection into the restaurant space. And I think next slide, please. We have just one rear image. Yeah, so this is the existing image at the rear, a little bit of parking. We did meet with the Southside Community Council. And I think one of their biggest comments was just about the dumpster enclosure area and kind of figuring out a better place for it or enclosing it. We don't have that included as part of this application, but the owner is kind of already looking into how we might do a better job of concealing that at the back of the store. If you could flip to the next one, I believe that's our site plan. Yeah, here we go. So this is showing still, I think at the time we submitted, we were still consolidating the properties. So the property line down the center is now gone. It's consolidated into a single lot. And this is showing the perimeter fence, which kind of extends almost to the end of the building. The fence itself would be brick piers with painted aluminum pickets between that. And there are two hatched areas along the existing building, which are the proposed canvas awnings. So we're kind of creating two zones with either bifold on one side or trifold doors, so that they can kind of create an open air connection between the bar and dining area and the outdoor space. There's a gate towards the front of the property, which would be kind of our alternate accessible entrance, which go up to the level of the first floor without a ramp. So we can have accessible entry. And then I'll explain this later, but I understand it's a little bit curious that our proposed concrete patio is such a small portion of the site, and that's kind of related to the occupancy capacity of the existing building. And I think we have a plan, so I can explain that when we get to that point. Next slide, please. So these are the front and the side elevation. As for the front elevation, you can see we're removing all of the signage that's on the building now. Proposing to repaint the entire building as well. We haven't selected any final paint colors, but we'd be happy to submit those for staff review if that would be necessary. And then this just gives you an idea again on the front elevation of kind of the style pickets, alternating spear style picket, aluminum fence, painted aluminum, brick piers, limestone capped. The caps are 5'2", fence about 4 feet. And then looking along the side elevation, there are some existing openings which stay as, those are there's 3 glass block windows. One is the kitchen, and then the 2 smaller ones towards the middle of the space are 2 restrooms. And so we'd keep those as glass block just for the privacy reasons. Then there are 3 openings. One is just the second in from the left side. And then there are 2 at the front, which are existing glass block openings, which we would keep the width, lower the sill, and put clear glass windows in those openings. The next 2 modifications are where the awnings, the black canvas awnings are shown. Those are the folding doors. One is adjacent to the bar. The one on the right is adjacent to the bar area. The one on the left adjacent to the dining room. Those would be aluminum. All of these units would be aluminum clad units. And then finally, there's right in the center of the elevation is an existing door opening, which at some point in this building's history was filled in with block. And so we're proposing to remove that block, restore the door opening, and that would be our formal accessible entry into the space. And then if you could go to the last slide, please. I believe that's the, yeah, so this is a floor plan kind of superimposed on the site plan. So just discussing the patio area, our original scheme for this building, which started quite a while ago, was to expand the restrooms in order to expand the capacity to be able to fill the entire fenced-in area with occupants. Due to the expense, obviously, conditions with business changing over the last year or so, what the owner would really like to do is create the perimeter fence, get better control of the site, and basically build out a patio area with enough occupants that can be supported by the existing restrooms, hopefully support the business, and then ultimately be able to expand the restrooms and expand the patio area. So for now, the zones that are not shown as patio would be landscaped areas until they're, kind of able to expand their operation and support more customers. And I think that's it.
Thank you for the presentation. Before we go to commissioner questions, do we have any public comment, David DeLeon?
Yes, we have Robert Russ.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Bob Russ again, LRC. So yes, we looked this over with David and the crew there, and we're good with everything that they're proposing, particularly taking down the non-complying signage. The enclosure of the yard is pretty much straight out of the guidelines as far as the fencing and the brick piers. And the side door entrances, sidewall entrances, sort of a precedent there I put into the LRC comments, has kind of been set down further on East Carson Street at the Hello Bistro, where new storefronts were put into a side party wall, not a principal street facade. So all this is sort of within either the guidelines or precedents that have been set. And so we're excited that this owner is going to make these improvements, and the documents all in all, we are satisfied with. So good to go there. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Any additional comments, David DeLeon?
Not currently.
Okay. And just stating for the record that we also received separately the letter from the LRC stating what Mr. Ross has brought up. Commissioners, questions, comments, concerns? All I have is, go ahead.
Just a comment. I actually like what they presented. It's a drastic improvement, especially on the front with all the signs that used to be there. I think it'll be a great improvement to the community. And again, thank you for your efforts. Like what we see.
Thank you.
Second that. That's what I was going to say before. I think would like to see back some of the colors going back just for a staff review, just to make sure that, we have a record. But other than that, I have no other comments. Anybody else?
It's a good improvement.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Then do we have a motion?
Yeah, I motion that we approve the proposed alterations for 2526 East Carson Street as presented. One note that they reviewed the color scheme with staff.
Second.
For the vote, Commissioner Green,
Aye.
Commissioner Dash,
Aye.
Commissioner Falcone,
Aye.
Commissioner Hill,
Aye.
Commissioner Loyson,
Aye.
Commissioner Snipe,
Aye.
Commissioner Aguirre is an aye. Motion moves forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Moving forward, item number 4 in the agenda, we are in the Mexican Water Street Historic District. 1218 Buena Vista Street. After the fact, replacement of a slate on dormer with asphalt shingles. Do we have the applicant ready? And if so, please state your name and address for the record.
I believe we have the applicant, Sadie.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, I'm Sadie Friend, yes.
Okay, you may,
I'm sorry, I missed the beginning because it was reloading. What?
No, I was just gonna say that you said your name, address for the record, and then you may begin your presentation.
Oh, yes, so Sadie Friend, the address is 1218 Buena Vista Street, Pittsburgh, PA. So I was asked on behalf of the owner to present the information given by the contractor and what we had as a management company. I'm a property manager for the address. And I do believe that the contractor had submitted scope of work and pictures of the work that was completed. There was a leak to the roof on the front side of the building. It was the front, and on the left, water was coming in late August when we had a bunch of those rainstorms. Tenants had complained that water was coming into the bedrooms, pouring down, leaving a couple inches of water on their floor. There had been previous repairs done to that side, as you can see, that side of the roof, but the repairs hadn't held because there were shingles that were put over slate on the roof previously. Once we discovered where the water was coming in, we sent a roofer to get a scope of work for the repair, make the repair. He thought he had made the necessary calls and reached out to the necessary people to see if he needed a permit or if he needed anything before he could complete the work. And the contacts that he had, the people he had talked to, since it was less than 25% of the roof that he was repairing, that he wouldn't need any sort of permit to make the repair. So I told him to move forward with the repair. The repair was made. It was found later that we did need to contact quite a few people actually to get some permits for the work that was done. Currently, it was replaced with shingles, and it is in complete working condition. There's no water coming into the house or anything. I think this is just to get the approval for the shingles that were out there.
Okay. Is that all the information?
Yeah, that I have, yeah.
Okay. Do we have any public comment for this project, David DeLeon?
Not currently.
Okay. Opening this to commissioners.
I have a question.
Yes.
The listed owner is October Real Estate Holdings. Is that correct?
Keith Farrell is the listed owner that I have.
Okay. All right. Thank you for clarifying that. I was looking at the wrong thing. Sorry. We have another question. And I know you put the wrong shingles on there. Has the owner gotten any proposal to replace it with what would be acceptable? Or is he just asking for forgiveness?
I think it's me that's asking for the forgiveness, and we don't currently have a plan to replace the shingles that are up there now with slate. I think the other problem was the wood that was up there was completely rotted, so there wasn't anything to attach the slate to. So we can certainly work on getting a proposal to replace it with slate, but I think from talking with the roofing contractor and looking at what was up there now, shingles would be the best option, so this doesn't happen again.
Okay, thank you for that answer.
Yeah.
part of the trouble is that there's such a distinctive pattern that was highly visible from the street. That was very obviously meant to tie into the kind of brickwork and the pattern that's in the primary facade. So they're really, there was a pretty heavy design component to the shingles themselves, which is, a little bit more complicated than just looking at material. And that's no longer there. And I would very much like to see that replicated. I know that with slate, it can be a bit tricky. And now that it seems like all of the original slate has been removed, there's not a lot of restoration that could be done. But when you're looking to do a replacement proposal, even looking at a fake slate, might be appropriate. But ultimately, I think that the real kind of desired outcome is to see the complicated design pattern kind of reintroduced into the part of the roof that faces the street.
And I just have a question related to Commissioner Falcone's, which is, did they take off all the slate? Did they take off the damaged wood? Did they replace the damaged wood and make a whole new roof structure here?
So they replaced.
Or did they just cover it up?
No, they replaced the wood that was below the damaged slate and shingles. They replaced all of that wood on that. If you can find the picture where it's like a triangle and where on the side where it was all where there was tar, that section, that section was the only section that they replaced the wood. They pulled the slate and the shingles off and installed new wood and new shingles. That was the only section that they had repaired. They didn't touch anything else.
So did they just cover up the slate in other places?
That in the other places on the roof? No, I don't know. I'm sorry. They didn't, in this project specifically, they did not cover up any slate.
So demoing this was demoing all the slate in their scope of work or not?
Remove all asphalt, shingles, and slate on front gable. So yeah, there was
just on the gable though.
Yeah, not on the actual not the front roof. I guess you can call that a roof. The front facade.
So they installed shingles over the slate.
Not here. They didn't install slate here at all. They just installed the wood and shingles on this section of the roof.
In the photo, we have the triangle gable, and then we have the flattened area facing the street.
Yeah, they didn't touch the flat. The only thing they did with the flat area for the front facing was connect the shingles that they installed on the side.
On top of the slate.
On top of the slate.
That I don't know.
I think therein lies the problem.
Yeah, absolutely. I had a recent experience with slate and then 2 layers of asphalt on top of a roof, and it's the most horrendous thing possible because that's just an accident waiting to happen, and just your asphalt is not going to have the warranty and use that it needs. So that needs to be corrected, even if not only alone because of the historical nature of the project, but just for the long-term of use of the apartment and keeping it waterproof.
Right. I think if he would have seen the additional slate under the shingles, I think he would have told me, because then he would have suggested to repair or replace the entire section of that whole front section. If you found that
most roofers will just go and put this, they will just put it on top. So,
but it's like putting a tarp on it. I mean, it doesn't really fix the problem.
And then you have nails going to the slate when you're installing the asphalt, and then that just breaks more of the slate below. So
if that slate's still under there, We need to know.
Yeah.
Well, from the section that he replaced, the slate is not under there, but for the rest of the roof, I don't know, and I can send someone up to get that answer.
Yeah, so I think what we need to do is that we need you guys to come back with either the contractor or somebody who's intimately familiar with what's going on up there, what happened, what is existing, what's left, and what's been replaced before we could give any sort of approval. Because, and I don't mean this like in a mean way, it's just there's not enough information about what happened for us to do anything.
And
Yeah.
I think it would also be helpful to have some before photographs because, you know, if we're trying to maintain the historic appearance of a building, we sort of need to know what it looked like before.
Yeah, I will second that. I mean, Google Maps, they have some, you can do some close-ups of what it was there before. And yeah, it was a beautiful slate pattern that is no longer there. And even right now, the photos of the existing asphalt installation, they look, you know, done very poorly for this kind of project. So I will, as Commissioner Hill mentioned, I think we would like to see exactly what happened where, what is existing, you know, whether there's a slate bottom or not, A, and then B, you know, see a plan of how is this going to be solved in order to bring it back to what it was before. If I'm from notes from our staff, we have in here that, you know, if they want to replace some area with another material other than a slate, you know, we would like to see, you know, how it's going to be done, you know, pattern, you know, color, that kind of thing. That doesn't mean that we don't want to see a slate in there, because a slate is the original, but I think we could be open just for this front area, but we just need it to be consistent and to be done properly.
Sure, and I totally understand that, and we can get an estimate for, you know, putting the slate back up there. I think the main reason we were here was just to get the permit for what was already done with the shingles. So if you're saying we won't be able to get the permit until we can provide more information about if there's still slate up there, then, I mean, we can do that. But if you can issue the permit and then on the you know, contingency that okay.
Yeah. No.
Figured I would ask because
good try.
Yeah. Okay, well, we can get more information on the roof.
Looking at this image and looking at the images on Google Maps, I mean, one of the things that doesn't really, to me, make a lot of sense is there's a lot of red, like there's a lot of coloration here, and I don't know what that means. You know, looking at the kind of the pattern of the roof, there are occasions when it's called like Burgundian tile, and there'll be different colors of slate, or there'll be tile and slate together. I don't know if that's what this is, or if it's just a, you know, discoloration over the years. But I think that if you're already going and doing some exploring, it might be worth seeing if it is in fact slate, or if it might be something else, because it's a little unclear why that kind of coloration would be coming through in these pictures.
Yeah, and I think you're right. I don't think it's all completely slate, but this is also before they pull up.
Right.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, by all means.
I was just gonna say, like, I appreciate the fact that, you know, you guys are here and trying to, you know, present the information and correct it. But let's just try to continue, you know, like, this is what we did, this is what is there, and this is how we're going to bring it back to what it should be. I think that will be great for everybody involved.
And just before you guys make a motion, I'd just like to add that I would say hang on to staff, our phone number or contact information, so we can make sure we get this all taken care of before you do the work. Okay.
Yeah, we can. Yeah, I was
We're here for you, I swear.
I think the major problem was that it was a serious emergency. Like, there was property damage not only for the owner but for the tenants, and there was a significant amount of water coming in through the roof. So while I completely recognize we should have taken more steps and contacted more people, I also don't know what else we could have done. So if there's like an emergency permit that if this happens in the future, that we can like, I don't know, but yeah, I'm not completely sure what else I could have done.
Things happen. So, but here we are. The past is the past. I think we can resolve this. So thank you for that. So.
With that, then I would like to move that we table 1218 Buena Vista Street for 30 days to give the applicant an opportunity to do some exploration and to work with our staff and to come back to us with a full proposal of restoration of the original roof pattern.
I'll second.
For the vote, Commissioner Green, Commissioner Dash,
Aye.
Commissioner Falcone,
Aye.
Commissioner Hill,
Aye.
Commissioner Loyson, Karen. I think we lost Karen. Commissioner Snipe.
Yes.
And then Commissioner Aguirre is an aye. Motion moves forward.
Okay.
Thank you, Sadie, very much, and we'll see you in 30 days. And definitely reach out to staff with questions or new information.
Will do. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving forward, next item on the agenda, item number 5, Mexican Water Streets Historic District Expansion, 211, 213 to 17 Alpine Avenue, construction of new residences. Do we have the applicant ready?
Yes, I believe the applicant, Doug Van Heetsma.
State your name and address for the record, and then you may begin.
Sure. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Yeah, so my name is Doug Van Heitsma, general contractor with Shape Development Group, and my address is 5150 Penn Avenue, 15224. And I am presenting the Arch Alpine project, specifically the 3 houses located at 209, 211, and 217 Alpine. We were before the commissioners in December, as well as a separate, we're requesting a separate decision on 1514 Arch, that starting with 209, 211, and 217. Previously, when we were before the commissioners in December, we had some discussions regarding the soffit and fascia, the setback of the windows, and the garages. We've since addressed those with the soffit and fascia. We have now more of a pronounced gutter on that. It will have I believe it's a 6 or 12 inch overhang on the soffit and fascia. With the windows, there was a request that there'd be a more pronounced setback from the windows, and we've achieved that by utilizing a rain screen that would push the facade forward an 1.5 inches. And then finally, with the garages, there was a request that, well, with some discussion about garages, there was a request that we would provide some different options for garages that would, it was, I guess, more harmonious than what we initially had on our initial proposal. So we currently have 2 different garage types that the developer has looked at and feels like it would be a blend well with our our project and would also, I think, make it a better look from the outside. The first one being an all glass garage, and that's actually found several different locations in the Mexican War streets, and including right down the alley at 244 Alpine. So even on the same block of the same street, that example exists. And then there's the other one is a solid garage with glazing going down the side. And then if you want to, if you could just go quickly down to the site plan, or actually the street view. Yeah, I guess that's actually, it's from this point, you can see one of the discussions we had in December was whether or not garages belong on Alpine Avenue. And having reviewed it, it is a very narrow street. And as you could tell by those pictures of vehicles on it, we would suggest it would be very difficult to redevelop that block, which is mostly vacant property at this point. But if it's the decision not to allow any garage parking, I don't think it would be possible to have new houses on both sides of that alley and provide opportunities for parking, because you can't double load parking on that alley. And even having a single car parked on there would make it a challenge even for emergency vehicles to safely get by. So we are before the commission, I guess, to request that you would approve one of our two options for the garages.
I'm muted, sorry about that. Okay, before we ask questions, do we have any public comment regarding this property?
Not currently.
Okay, opening to commissioners.
One thing that strikes me just right off the bat is that the way this is presented, like this image in particular, does not make it seem as though it's in an alley. And I think that you might not be doing your project a good service to present it this way, because if it is a really tight little alley, I think you need a different perspective on the presentation. And I know we've looked at this a number of times, so I apologize for it maybe being a belated comment, but the image you showed with the cars in the alley is a lot different in character than what this depicts.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
And yeah, so it's hard to sort of correlate this to the picture with all the cars in the alley.
Yeah, if you could, yeah, that picture with the cars is actually taken in the same section of the alley. So it is a tight alley, and I think, yeah, I think we feel like as that block, which is a lot of empty lots, you know, it'll want to be developed at some point. A decision to allow integrated garages, we think would probably be the best opportunity here.
Well,
were there any other opportunity? I mean, you know, and I've said my piece on this, I think in prior meetings, so I don't want to go too long about it now, but were there any other, between the last meeting and this one, any other investigation into shared driveways? Or, I mean, because, you know, since you do have kind of property that would allow for rear access to, you know, to these properties, was there any further investigation into that? Or was the investigation just into different garage openings.
We did review it and had several discussions with the developer, and they feel like their unique development opportunity, particularly with these houses, is that the yards in the back have an opportunity to be kind of really nicely designed, nicely landscaped yards, kind of oases that you don't typically get in the war streets. And to turn all of that green space into asphalt parking, they felt like was a big detriment to their being able to successfully market these as a unique opportunity in the war streets to have a nice backyard.
And I don't know if this is.
Could you just go back to the alley photograph again? Not the elevation, but the actual photograph. Or is it doing it? Maybe it's doing it.
If it's okay, I wanted to follow up with, Commissioner Dash. There was some information that we have where I guess Planning Commission is going to be having a hearing for a zoning code text amendment to require rear or side access to off-street parking spaces for single-family attached dwellings where possible. This is not until February 23rd, but I wonder how this might affect, these properties.
If that code amendment were passed, a development like this would not be able to take place.
Okay.
So I have a dumb question. If this is fronting on an alley and backing on an alley, which is the real address?
It's not front. I mean, our Alpine is the only street that it's fronting on. There is no back alley. It's just a deep lot. There would be, when we talk about an opportunity for rear parking, what that would require is for the developer to put a private drive down one of the side lots and then take it through the back of all the of all the properties, and then turn it back into the lot. So that's why it's taking up so much real estate for parking, because it's not just a parking pad in the back. It's all this shared access drive.
So, Andrew, for all of the alley houses, many of which are on the north side, what happens? You can't make a new alley house without.
No, what it is that, where there is access through a side or rear, that, in those cases, access is required from the side or rear. In cases where there's the opportunity for shared driveways, then that would be what planning staff in review of that application would be pushing the applicant for.
Okay.
As part of that, and that's what that code amendment is part of what we already have in our Riverfront district. So it would just be expanding that into, for these uses as well, is the code amendment.
So to clarify how that would work, in this case, what the developer envisions is not like a master plan, where it's really, in essence, it's just 3 separate single family houses. and so the assumption that the developer is, you know, like, I guess I'm curious as to how that would work. If we were to present just a single house that had, you know, no side yard, would then that then pass the muster? Because isn't that in essence what this project is?
I mean, yeah, but that's, I mean, to the questions, that's a code amendment that is currently at Planning Commission now. So it's not something that is currently in place. You know, since there is, you know, the available land here, you know, I'd say that is something that if that were to be passed, that the staff would be, you know, would be pushing as a part of their reviews. I mean, my piece as, you know, kind of, you know, historic review, you know, I think there's nothing in my sentiment that's really changed on, you know, what's here versus, you know, kind of versus prior submissions. In that, you know, although this block has, you know, has a lot of vacant land in it and has a lot of potential for redevelopment, the adjacent 100 and 400 blocks, you know, do have a consistent rhythm of, you know, of entrances, entrances on the street, you know, of street level entrances and street level living space. And, you know, and this does, you know, this does break that up in having that space for parking, you know, at the first floor, you know, relative to the, you know, to the other blocks. And, you know, I'll let, you know, so to me, nothing has really kind of changed in my sentiment from prior commission meetings, you know, based on what's changed with the submission.
Okay. Can we hear from other commissioners to see how people are feeling about this? Commissioner Falcone, Commissioner Snipe.
I do very much appreciate the kind of enhanced cornice line of the building. It does help it blend a bit more, but you know, the kind of their very core issue that Commissioner Dash brings up is kind of the heart of the matter. You know, I was reflecting on how we've approached this in either similar districts or other districts, and it's really been very difficult to do because there's a bit of a trade-off. You know, this kind of topology just for a building doesn't exist in kind of the Victorian era. You wouldn't see a garage kind of tied into a house in this way, and so we kind of very much focused on the materials and ensuring that the overall, you know, facade of the building is kind of in better keeping with its surroundings. You know, that in and of itself is a difficult task here because you have a street that is primarily brick and siding in nature and some of the other houses. I realize that taking that route here as well would be kind of a fundamental shift in design. So it you know, might not be something that the applicant would be interested in pursuing. And then the kind of the added component of the what this prospective legislation would have, you know, on the overall development is also a big issue here. So it's I do share Commissioner Dash's concerns, and I think that from our perspective, just trying to ensure that these are not a detriment on the overall integrity of the district is kind of the best way forward.
I'm actually kind of torn. I understand the developer's point of view, but I also understand the point about trying to keep the area looking like it looked in the past, and the garage kind of takes away from that. I also understand that it may be robbing the neighborhood an opportunity to have development there. So there's a real balancing act, and I don't have the answer to it. I know it's a struggle for someone to purchase without the ability to be able to park their car. That street is extremely tight. And then the other question I have is, even if this was approved, is there approved parking on the street now? And would that parking that is approved, would that have to go away in order to allow someone to come in and out of the garage, to back out of it? Because that is a tight space.
Yes, it's a one-way street currently. I'm not aware of there being any parking restrictions on it. Currently, people are just parking on the sidewalks, parking where they can on it. But so much of it is vacant land now that it is kind of acting as a de facto alley for most of the houses that aren't on Alpine, but are fronting the streets above and below it.
I align with Commissioner Snipe on the, what is the right answer, in the sense that, yes, having those garages distract from the existing nature of the historic district. But at the same time, they're modern right now, the elevations, and I feel like if they didn't have that kind of iteration, they will look so plain and almost so out of place, A. And then B, my hope would be like, if you have these cars that then would be put away in the garage, that then it will leave the street views more open and you can actually see more of the neighborhood. Because right now, some of the existing photos, they show, as you said, cars parking on the sidewalk because there's no space. So it's one of those things. I mean, even though this new housing will be in the district, they will be non-contributing. So I don't think that if we let this happen on these houses, that will not affect the other houses in the neighborhood. So yeah, I'm a little bit torn. I think what we haven't talked too much from before was how some of the improvements made on the overall rest of the facade in terms of the alignment of the windows, having more setback, which I think it reads better. Like right now, what it's driving me a little bit crazy is like, you can see that this is almost like a theater set, because you can see the trees just going on the back and it doesn't show you the 3D view. So that for me is a little bit distracting, but so that's where am I. We had talked about, keeping the activation of those houses by having places to gather. And I like the fact to see that, there's those, steps at the front of the new housing, which does, continue to carry the pattern of what the housing is doing there right now. So I think that's on the right, the needle, pointing towards, a nice way to try to find a way to interact. Now, and correct me if I'm wrong, there's like different type of garage doors, I think, that you are showing. You have like two different options.
Correct. Yeah, there's actually, the developer feels pleased with either of those options. And we're actually looking for some direction from the commissioners if you feel there's one path that would be more appropriate than the other.
I mean, I personally like better the one with just one side of windows instead of all the glazing in the front. Just because I think it adds more depth instead of more square shapes on those facades. If we are to approve, garages on the neighborhood. It's simpler, which I think it's better than the other, because those ones look more like just almost like an inset, like an inset door, like area on the storefront, and then you have windows on the side, and then the garage doors that have the linear 2x8, 2x4 glazing. that they do look more like garage doors. So the other ones I think look a little bit less than a garage door. And I've seen those. I think I can almost see what kind of product you're going for, and they actually look pretty clean. So they look better than just a typical garage door that you will see. So it will look part of the elevation and not just a utilitarian opening to put in your car.
Right. Yeah, no, we agree. I think it does. That was the intent, right? Is that it would feel a little more integrated than just having an all solid garage door. That was the initial presentation.
So I have a slightly different view on this.
Go right ahead.
I like the ones which with the horizontal openings and more glass or translucent, whatever it is, only because it looks more animated or activated. So it feels to me safer. And since I happen to have our office in an area which is very graffiti prone, to me, the bigger solid surface says paint me. And well, you know, it's a thing. So, so I would vote for the more translucent animated thing, even if you can't really see into it. It feels a little bit more like eyes on the street. And it maybe in a different neighborhood, I would go for the cleaner look of the smaller windows, but I don't know. I'm thinking more open might be more safer.
That's a good point. I did not think of that, but that's a valid point, Karen.
Yeah. If I can just make one more comment, I appreciate both of your comments, and I like both points. The more I look at this and the more I think about this, because of its location, I actually could live with this. It's not like it's in the middle of West North Avenue where we're take away from something. I think it offers an opportunity to provide housing in a community. It also provides another opportunity to be able to increase the tax benefit for the city overall. And I could live with either one of these designs. And I feel comfortable enough that I would be in favor of approving it.
And I really appreciate Commissioner Dash's get the cars someplace else approach. However, in some of these tight neighborhoods, well, I don't know. I mean, I guess, you know, Commissioner Dash is pointing that if there's enough real estate available, you know, do something in the back. It would be the first choice. Let's just say that. Second choice would be make a garage which looks somewhat animated instead of just making a blank graffiti surface in an alley. So it's a tough pick. It's a tough pick there.
Yeah, especially when we have to take into account that this will, you know, open a precedent too for the district. Obviously, it would just be for non-contributing structures,
right?
But we do start a trend that then, as we know how things happen in here, somebody sees something in one historic district and then they think they can go ahead and do it in another district just because they saw it. So
but I think there's a difference here, and that is that one of the things which I kind of appreciate about this project though it may have taken me a little while to come to it, is that they're not trying to be contributing structures. They're trying to be background to the structures, which are wonderful and contributing. So they make a nice sort of background or field against which the historic structures can shine. And I think there's a place for that. Just be simple, be background. Don't try to make a big woohoo.
And respect the geometries for sure, and the proportions. Commissioner Green, I think we might have a, different motion, a split motion, I guess. Do we have any comments from Commissioner Hill or Commissioner Green? Just.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like everybody's just mentally scattered with it, It in and of itself, I'd obviously prefer there not be garages, but it's kind of, a rock and a hard place. I don't feel, to some extent, I feel like we're essentially canceling the project, if we, lean down this path a little bit. From what I heard, it didn't seem like the applicant was too interested in doing any sort of, trying to figure out how you would do something in the rear or the sides or et cetera and so forth. And I don't think it sounds particularly possible for it. So I'm just not sure what our direction, could be, and then what would be the result of that, frankly, particularly with the impending council legislation and such, which still is a good time off, my head's still kind of wrapped around the whole thing.
Yeah, so I'm looking at the Google Earth thing, and the topography here is also a little bit challenging. In terms of the idea of, if you could do it, having a shared driveway, it would go uphill like almost a whole story, or at least 3/4 of a story, and then having to flatten it out, and then having to retaining wall it. It's a little tricky. It's a little tricky for an alley house. I can appreciate that I don't know. I don't know how you, like, where's the cutoff point where I think the way the legislation is sort of says, if possible. Like, where's the cutoff point for if possible? Like, when is it reasonable? When do you reach the point where the numbers don't work, or it's technically infeasible, or I don't know.
Yeah. So okay. So let's try to gather our thoughts in here. I think it seems that nobody has brought up issues regarding the geometry and the iteration of the storefronts, other than the issue of the garage. Is that something we all can agree on?
I would say the answer is almost yes. The one building which is a standalone, I'm looking at my screen, the one at the lowermost, yeah.
Oh, that one's actually on Arch Street. That's not an Alpine property. That's the one right around the corner.
That one to me does
we're not reviewing that property, I think, correct, for this hearing?
Well, we are, yeah. I didn't know if you wanted to vote on it all together, if you wanted to do a separate vote for that property, since that does not have the contentious garage.
Which number is that one?
That's 1514 Arch Street.
Okay, because I don't see it on the agenda. I have 211, 213, 217 Alpine Avenue. Then we have 414 Samsonia Way and then on another we have 1311 Sherman Avenue. So I don't see this property as part of it.
Yeah, Sarah, I don't know if when it was sent to you, we had all of those properties.
This one, on mine, I did add it back in like maybe a day or so after. This one was originally, because I think this is probably our third hearing for this one. It was originally on there and I think they had eliminated it and now it's back on. But I believe it's the same design that you guys conditionally
Okay.
approved for the other ones.
That's
Okay.
right.
I just wanted to make sure that it was all there. Okay.
Well, that one, to me, it seems very out of character with its context. And I appreciate the interest in repeating the designs for an economic point of view, but plopping that one down on Art Street doesn't really look right.
We, just as context, in December, we did have, the total development is 6 units. There's the 3 on Alpine that we're looking at. There's 3 on Arch Street right around the corner as well. 1514 is across the street from, I don't remember exactly those numbers, 1511, 1513 maybe, 1509, 1511. Anyways, those were conditionally approved. 1509, 1511 Arch Street. Those were conditionally approved, and it is the same front facade as those.
Yeah, so, and I probably was involved in that conversation, but what I will say is that it really does look like it is out of context. The other ones, the ones that are on Alpine, I think have merged into their context a little bit better. And this one, forgive me if I'm retracting on something I might have said earlier, but it just looks really out of place. Not quite sure if maybe we didn't focus on it, or if I personally did not focus on it, which is possible. Yeah, I would not approve it right now.
Topic wise, can we focus on, or we don't have to approve them together, right? So what we're going to do with the first 3.
I would recommend, or at least request, that we do separate votes too, if we feel like that one needs
just so we can
some additional work.
Unfortunately, I don't have the solution, but back to the first 3.
Yeah, let's stay there for a second.
Just wanted to verify the address. Is it 211, 213, and 217 Alpine?
It's
Yes.
209, yeah, 209, 211, 217 Alpine.
Okay, 209, 211, and 217?
That's correct.
Okay.
Oh, hold on. No, Jessica, I have just got a text in at
211.
213, 217.
Okay. That's what I saw from the drawings.
My mistake.
Okay, and we have 3, 4, 8, so it's an 8-panel door. Okay. I'm comfortable enough to make a decision on those 3.
I think at this point, I almost see like, at least we could have a motion, even if the vote is split. Because I mean, we could keep talking ad nauseum about those garage doors.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion.
Go ahead.
Motion that we approve the design for 211, 213, and 217 Alpine Street with the 8-panel garage door as presented.
Second.
For the and how about 1.5 and 1.4 Arch Street? Will that be something that will be tabled?
I
We do
think
it
that's,
separately?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I just said, can we do them separately?
That's what I recommend we do.
Okay, but they're part of the same agenda item, so that's what I'm trying to.
Is there a mechanism to?
Yeah, staff. How should we go about this?
In the system, they're different applications. Every address is a different application. Just for convenience, it's combined on the agenda because it's all one project. So
Okay.
I think it's okay if you do separate.
Okay, that's fine. So Richard made a motion for 211, 213, 217, Alpine, and then we have Karen Loyson as a second. Is that the summary of it?
Yes.
Okay, for the vote, Commissioner Green,
Aye.
Commissioner Dash,
No.
Commissioner Falcone,
Nay.
Commissioner Hill,
Aye.
Commissioner Loyson,
Aye.
Commissioner Snipe,
Aye.
and I'm gonna abstain. So that's 3 in favor, 2 against, 1 abstention for 211, 213, 217.
Was it 3 or 4 in favor?
3 in favor.
Okay. Just for confirmation, what was Commissioner Green's vote?
He wasn't a, oh yeah, so Dave was a yes.
So it was
Yeah.
Hill, Snipe, because I counted 4. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, it was 4 aye.
Okay, never mind, yeah.
And myself, Richard, and Dave.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so yeah, I said, I can do math right now. So yeah, there's 4 ayes, 2 nays, and 1 abstention. How about on the item of 1.5 by 1.4 Arch Street? Should we table that one?
Yes.
Do we want to give direction to the applicant?
I just maybe and it's funny. Commissioner Loyson and I feel like are of opposite minds on these. I mean, I guess with the fact that they have kind of something similar across the street, although this block of Arch is primarily brick, there are a lot of kind of frame homes on Arch, especially as you move up the hill. I guess what direction? I feel comfortable. I felt comfortable with this one. So I don't know if I guess I just like to know from those who feel differently what direction we'd want to make sure to give them.
I would like to respond to what Commissioner Dash said. I think that the Alpine Street project is more in its context than Arch Street. I think Arch Street looks very out of place, and I don't think its architecture in any way feels like it's the right thing for that street in that historic context. Arch Street is much more front and center than Alpine. So I just think the Arch Street building is not one that I would condone for that site.
Do we have a street view available of Arch Street by chance?
I was looking at it on Google, but
It's by where, what's the happy place?
Randyland.
It's by Randyland, yeah.
And it's across the street, and a couple of lots up from Randyland.
Yeah. I mean, just looking at the basics of it with the houses on the other side, once again, this would be a non-contributing structure to the neighborhood. It does have the rhythm of the storefront in terms of the windows. It does have the qualities of an entrance with steps leading to it, as other houses, across the street and even on the same street. I think part of the reason why it looks so odd is because it's very narrow and short. Or maybe even the coloring too, like I think the colors. And then once again, it is just a one-dimensional elevation. There's no 3D, and
Yeah.
I think that makes it look even more odd.
The other thing which is different about Arch Street than Alpine is that it's a major street. It's not a back alley. And the blue building adjacent to it is ridiculously out of context in the first place. I'm not sure how that got there, but yeah, it's just a very, very different kind of context than Alpine Street is. And so I don't think that the same kind of building is an appropriate one for Arch Street in any way. Yeah.
I mean, once again, we don't want to do this. I mean, is there a way that the applicant will consider using brick on this elevation? Because I think that will help on this main street for this house to look more of its surroundings.
Yeah, I guess part of the challenge we've had with this lot is that it's a narrow lot. There's an empty lot on one side of it. There's an empty lot on the other side of it, which, yeah, kind of draws your attention to just how narrow it is. With a good side view, I don't know. From our perspective, the side view, you'd be able to see kind of the shallow gable roof that would tie into that house immediately to the right. And yeah, I guess the context of having it in a little more of a 3D rendering would be helpful.
Yeah, and the house immediately to the right is a ridiculous anomaly on that street. So, you might want to look at the bigger view of the entirety of the street to figure out what makes sense to put there on that site. It's a different thing than Alpine Street. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, it needs a base, I think, just like all the houses having there which this one is just the same color, the same with the facade. So I think that also doesn't help it. I think there's more work that definitely could try to be done. And I do feel like even though they're all houses by the same developer, trying, because this is something much smaller on a more prominent street, to actually go back to maybe brick on that front facade, especially when it's not as massive as other ones. Or even, I don't know, just trying to think of how to make it more of its environment and less as an anomaly as it really stands out right now, not only because it's by itself, but also because of its materials and rhythm.
I agree.
The fact that we do have two houses approved for essentially directly across the street, would you entertain that does provide a some similarities there that provides context that also ties into the greater context of setback and window alignment, and does kind of provide an opportunity for it to feel more harmonious.
I apologize, I had to step away. 2 other buildings on Arch Street?
Correct, that were approved in December.
That are they're across the street from this site, correct?
Directly across the street from this site.
Wait a minute.
What's this address again?
This property is 1514. The 2 approved lots.
1509, 1511 Arch?
Yeah, that sounds correct.
I thought they were table.
There's something under construction there on Google Earth. Does not look like your building.
This is, I don't know if my camera picks this up, but here's the plan that was presented previously. It is essentially the same, well, it isn't essentially, it is the same facade.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you have plans of purchasing the other 2 lots adjacent to 1514, so it looks less of an anomaly and more of a
The one lot is a URA owned lot, and I know the developer had attempted to purchase it, but wasn't able to come to a mutually agreed upon way to purchase it. So at this point, I don't think it's actively being looked at.
I mean, if we approve equal houses across the street. Let's see how we pick this one.
But my take on this is that it's kind of even more reason to ensure that there's kind of blending going on with the overall district, because if you're looking at this within the context of the district, you're riding up the street, lots of brick, a little bit of siding, and then you kind of come into this entire block where all the houses are kind of exactly the same, stick out from the district. It definitely creates a kind of visual dissidence of it, right? I would say if you opt for if you opt for looking at this section of the block where the houses are actually different materials, perhaps you still have this same design scheme, but instead of basing it with the materials you're using here, you're doing a brick facade, so it breaks up the kind of rhythm a bit more, and makes this particular block stand out less as something that is outside of what the district is. That would be, at least from my perspective, a better way to help maintain the overall integrity of the district, in order to make sure you're not creating something that stands out.
I think that, so I'm looking at I'm looking at a Google Earth that's looking downhill on Arch Street. And I think it would, if your buildings were shown there, show the ones across the street and the one that you're showing now. But I'd really like to see them all in context, because it's a little hard for me to picture with the individual facades what ultimately is going to happen in the street context. So I don't know if you have the ability to do that, but it would be super helpful.
Yes, we can definitely provide that.
Do we have any public comment or testimony regarding this property?
We had a hand raised from Jessica Lewis, but I guess she decided not to keep her hand raised. Oh, okay. I think she wants to.
Me too, got tired of this one.
Okay, we should have Jessica.
Jessica, are you there?
I don't see a microphone associated with the account, so it doesn't seem like she'll be able to speak.
Hi, Jessica. I don't know, they should be able to give us a call instead. If they don't have a microphone.
Hello?
Oh, we can hear you. Yes.
Oh, sorry, my computer like rebuffered or something when it added me. No, I'm calling, I work with October Development on this project. And the reason that we chose this building across the street from the other was because the other two were approved. If it's just a different color scheme on the front that you would prefer, please let us know what color you're looking for. This whole project has been in process since June when we started coming through to the HRC when it was the district was, expanded. So we are trying to just move this project along and start being able to hopefully add some, value to the area and get some more residential homes in there for living. So is it necessarily the color that you're disliking across the street from the other one, or what are you looking for, I guess is what my question is.
All right, sounds good. Thanks. Because a lot of these projects have been presented sort of like in piecemeal format, it's a little bit hard, I think, to see how they knit into their contexts. And I think that's more the disconnect than the color, frankly.
Thank you.
I'm not sure that was super helpful, but.
No, yeah. I mean, I'm going back to my notes, and yeah, I do have, and there were actually notes from this November, not December, that, yeah, the ones that we table were the ones on Alpine, and we did approve 1509 and 1517 for Arch, which this property is pretty much similar, if not the same. Given into that context, I do feel like since we took a decision on the other two properties.
Yeah.
For consistency, then we have to have a positive approval of this one, because then there will be three. And if we try to do something different to this one, then the other ones were going to be the odd ones, and vice versa. And there's also, the more that, I think of the neighborhood, and I look at the neighborhood, there is a lot of empty lots. And this is three, housing opportunities for the neighborhood. Which, it's important for the community. So, I mean, I'm glad it doesn't have a garage, just because there's no space for it, but yeah, just looking into what we had previously approved.
Yeah, I guess I would just say, in hindsight, wishing that the complex of these buildings in their contexts had been maybe a little better presented, because I think as, individual snippets might be a little different than what it looks like as an overall. But, if we've already approved what we've approved, I don't know.
And I agree. I feel like we could hold if this was a separate developer, you know, a little bit more tightly. Oh, you know, we have these other two that look like this. We'd like you to do something a little different, but I just personally think it's a little hypocritical. We can't have approved identical structures
Yeah.
across.
Right.
Yeah. 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 And then we can also, you know, once they're built, then we can, you know, reassess if there's more work going adjacent to these properties, whether, you know, we can take a better approach on design on what could happen, and perhaps, you know, other properties that will actually be closer in terms of materials. You know, things are. Any other commissioners, any other opinions or thoughts? I'm not trying to rush anybody, but I feel like we still have several items on the agenda, and we have another property on this under this one. Do we have a motion?
Yes, I motion that we approve 1514 Arch Street as presented for construction.
Second.
For the vote, Commissioner Green,
Aye.
Commissioner Dash,
Aye.
Commissioner Falcone,
Nay.
Commissioner Hill,
Aye.
Commissioner Loison,
No.
Commissioner Snipe,
Yes.
and Commissioner Aguirre will be an aye on this one. So that's, I think, 7 ayes, no, 6 ayes, 1 aye. No, two of them.
Two. Yeah.
Okay. I hope somebody is taking record of
Yeah,
this.
I am.
Okay. Motion moves forward.
Okay, well, thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Hey, can you give me 30 seconds? I need to grab my charger from my machine.
No, you're not allowed. No, just kidding. Go ahead.
Just 30 seconds.
Yes.
So before we start the next presentation, you know, I'm looking at the street view, and I really think we need to emphasize that when presentations are made, that they include a good representation of their immediate contexts, because in this particular case with the individual building where it shows, you know, trees in the background and so forth, what's really there is a parking lot and a trash pile to the left of the building, and a kind of wood frame shack to the right. And it just doesn't, it's hard for us to, I think, measure how a building fits into its historic context when you don't see the context. And I think we maybe need to be a little more insistent about making sure that the context is adequately presented.
I agree. I mean, I think we can make sure that we tell them, you know, you can make as many, you know, Leave It to Beaver edited pictures as you like, but we also need some very clear site photographs of your location and its real-time context.
And not to be mean, but we commissioners also have the opportunity to go to the properties to visit them ahead of today's of the commissioning of the hearing day.
You are absolutely correct. Yes.
So I that's usually what I try to do, and that's why when I started thinking, I go around this area a lot. My husband works on the north side, so whenever we have a hearing, I drive around to the property. So yeah, that's what Google is for, but also our bikes or 2 feet or cars are for to like a look, especially when, you know, there's a greater context to be taken into account.
You are correct, because Google Earth is not always accurate either. So, you know.
Yeah. Okay. Court hearing person, I think their name was Tracy. Are we ready?
Yep.
Okay, Tristan, sorry. Tristan is back. Okay. Next item on the agenda, item number 6, Mexican War Streets Historic District Expansion, 414 Samsonia Way, installation of new front steps. David De Leon, do we have the applicant with us?
Yeah, I believe we have Carl Friedman.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, Carl, please state your name and address for the record, and then you may begin.
My name is Carl Friedman. I live at 7708 West Avenue in Elkins Park, Pennsylvania. The property is at 414 Sampsonia Way. The picture that you are seeing right now were the previous conditions. My property is the dilapidated railings there. Apologize for my neighbors all the time for that. The city requested I demolish those. Stay on that picture just for a second while I'm, so what was there was was probably built, I'm gonna say in the late 40s, early 50s. It was a reinforced concrete and steel structure with a very minimalist bar railing there. We do not know what the original steps look like. This was built in about 1864. So there's no record or history of what those original steps were. Over the years, this property or the properties in Sampsonia have been renovated, and a number of them, mostly with the mattress factory purchasing certain properties in the city of Asylum up the street. A lot of the steps have been renovated before the expansion of the district. We were falling right outside the district and went with a wide range. You can see in this picture a wood steps. I'm sure no one had wood steps in 1864, but there's also a bunch of steel and concrete steps, very almost the nature of fire stairs in buildings today, where it's simply a metal stringer and poured concrete pans. My goal here was to not have that minimalist a set of steps. There's really no examples in the neighborhood of any steps like this. These homes, these 4-row homes, are much higher off the ground than most properties in the Mexican War Streets. And then because it's in an alley, don't have the opportunity to have steps come straight off the door the way most other properties do. So we have to have a landing, the stairs have to turn 90 degrees. And so I'm trying to create an image here that's going to screen things from underneath the steps, because there's a gas meter directly underneath the doorway, so I cannot fill this in. Plus, you can see there's a basement window open there that's been filled in. So I can't have a reinforced, I can't have a solid concrete stair the way a lot of the north side homes have. It has to be pulled away a little bit, and it has to have something underneath, an opening underneath. I originally was contemplating creating the space underneath to allow an air conditioning compressor be put in there. I've since changed my mind there. It really doesn't work, although 3, 4, maybe even 6 of the homes up the street do that. I'm not pursuing that. So that's not a reason for keeping the opening underneath the landing. It's the utilities come in there. There's like I said, a gas meter and a window. So partially what's driving some of what you're seeing are code requirements. The building codes today require 42-inch high guardrail when you're over 3 feet drop. Plus you have to have spindles that can't pass a 4-inch sphere, so on and so forth. Obviously those conditions didn't exist back in the day, and I'm trying to stay with the architectural tone of that, but maintaining that code requirement. With that, in talking with the staff, I understood that there was going to be some ability for you, should you decide that, to relieve me from those requirements. So I provided you with some options that don't fully comply with the code, but maintain the aesthetic that I want to pursue here. So this is basically a steel stringer, steel fabrication, steel pickets, and the stair tread going to be a rough hewn cedar, either 3 or 3.5 inches, or I'm sorry, either 3.5 or 4 inches thick, because I, one, don't like the concrete poured treads. They tend to collect water and rust. And two, I think probably a little more appropriate for the age of the building, but it's hard to say. There'd be cedar handrail going up the stairs, and then the top of the pickets would be capped with a cedar cap. I want to apologize that the rendering I sent in the original document was all of option 3. At 11 o'clock when I was scrambling to send this out, I didn't see that I made a mistake. I subsequently revised part of the drawing and sent it to Sharon. I don't know if she was able to send that all to you, but there are revised renderings of this.
And I do have that up here. I was able to open that. So this should be the updated one we're looking at.
Oh, okay. So the first one, option 1, is the one that has a 3'6" high guard at the top and extends all the way at that height, all the way for the length of the stairs. The pickets go all the way down to the ground on the front side, but on the side stop at the landing. Again, I'm just trying to provide a visual block to the to seeing under the stairs, because as you walk up the alley, again, this is an alley, you can't ever get too far away from the facade. So those pickets will pretty much block a view underneath the stairs until you get right up to them. We can go to the next, I suppose. There's really not much to describe about that. And there's the rendering of that in front of the house. And you can see that the neighbors are just a pure industrial guardrail. Next, I dropped the pickets down to 3 feet above the landing instead of 3'6", but basically the same design. And you can go to the next rendering. Right, just a little bit lower. It stays at or below the windowsill. And then next is mimicking more the slope that you see in a lot of the stairs now, where the pickets come down the slope. I think I missed the cedar rail on top of the slope section. But basically it will slope, and there's the rendering of that image. Also in the package are just some other images from up Sampsonia. You can see that on the top right, there's a very modern stair. That is a cantilevered concrete stair with a metal railing on it. It does have, I believe that one does actually have some cedar planking on it. I'm not even sure. But most of the other homes are very low to the street and only have a couple of steps that come out. So they're only like 2.5, 3 feet off the grade. You know, these are images throughout the rest of the neighborhood. Again, you can see on some of these are in Taylor, some of these are in Buena Vista, but none of them have the constraints that we have in Sampsonia Way as an alley. So basically I'm looking to, oh, I'm sorry, right. I'm also looking to replace the brick that's there. It's been paved over recently. It's been broken up. It's in pretty bad shape. And I'm looking for new brick pavers. My original thought was to go with a black. I was contemplating the other homes in the neighborhood are in that street, in that row, get it right, are all painted a gray. I'm probably not going to vary from that. And so the railings were going to be painted a gray, and I thought the black brick was good coordinating. I also know that there may be some objection to that, so I'm not against going with a red as well.
Okay. Is that your presentation?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Before we move for questions from commissioners, do we have any public comment regarding this property, David De Leon?
Not currently.
Okay. Let's open this to commissioners.
Well, I'll start. Working from the back of your presentation to the front, I like the idea of whatever pavers you do, not trying to be anything close to the color of the brick, because I think they will not live comfortably together. I think your idea about using the charcoal color is a good one. I also think that being a little bit familiar with Samsonia Way and Diane Samuels making artwork out of asphalt makes the gray color a good pick. I think that making the railings and their articulation a modern one is a good design decision. The alley there is very eclectic, and I think it can accommodate everything from anything modern, which is well designed. I think that between City of Asylum and the Mattress Factory, you got a great context. And I personally don't have any particular preference about which one of the railings is chosen. I would defer to other commissioners on that one.
Okay. Out of the three options, and having taken a look around that alley area, I think it's great from the applicant to try to do something slightly different, but I think we do still want to keep a little bit of that slope that we have for the handrail. So if looking at the options, I think that option 3, that it's more similar to the other one, I think it will just keep the rhythm of what's happening back there. In terms of the pavers, I think the charcoal will look sharp, and give it that, a little bit of that distinctive nature among all the, things happening on that alley. Those are my observations, for now on it. Other commissioners, do they have any other opinions or concerns?
I think it looks a little busy at the bottom with the screening. It may make it difficult for maintenance. I also agree with your thought about the rail system. It should have the slope to it. Those are my comments. I think it looks, the picture in front of you looks just a little too busy.
So to that comment, what sort of appealed to me was that the pickets, if you call them that, came all the way down to or close to the ground, because I think in a way it looks crisper than if they simply followed the stair. And I kind of like the architecture of it, and I assume that what the intent is that maintenance to meters or windows or so forth happens at the ends of these. Sorry, hold on. So I don't see it being a maintenance issue, but I kind of like the architecture of the railings going all the way down to the street.
Yeah, and I agree, Commissioner Lawson, and I also have to add that those pickets, they don't happen on the shorter side of the stairs,
Right.
so that's open, so they will still have access to that area below A, and then B, if that's going to be, paved, as if I'm guessing similar to what their neighbor, then there won't be that much, overgrown happening in there.
Yeah, I
So-
agree. Mhm.
So
So to
Yeah.
address that, yes, the brick pavers will go from the center of my party wall to the center of my party wall. So the underside of the stairs will have brick pavers underneath it. I just want to make one comment about the sloped stair, and one of the reasons that was actually my least favorite, and I'll defer to you. I'm not particular, but the issue becomes, you'll notice that in the slope section, I have to put a second newel post at the top of the stair, and that's because when I start sloping them, I'm changing the way the top of the railing gets anchored, and it's another post there. So it gets a 3x3 post in the middle of it and kind of breaks the rhythm of the pickets a little bit. Whereas with the other options, they're just continuous straight across. I kind of like the lower version, the 3-foot version of it, because it aligns with what's going on the neighbor's property and eliminates that center mullion or I'm sorry, center newel post in there. So, but I understand the desire for aesthetic as well. We'll see the slope. It's hard to see in this rendering. You will see the slope with the handrail that continues behind the pickets.
Can you go back to the other slide, Sharon? I personally think they both look okay. I mean, the one thing which appeals to me about the slope personally is it's a little bit less cage-like. And were it not for this particular context, I would be well okay with the cage thing. But I think this image here looks pretty good. Or I think all of the images look good. So I'll defer to others in this case. But
yeah, I personally don't think that middle member affects the overall look of it.
Right.
And it also indicates that is a stair when you have the slope going down, because otherwise it just looks like a fence. So that's why I think visually, artistically, the equal height looks better, but it's still a stair going up into a house. So I don't know. We're I think, I don't know what the right expression is, but counting tiny hairs. There's expression for it.
Picking nits, I think you're talking.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
Hairs.
Yes, we're splitting hairs. Sorry, we're splitting hairs in here right now. So that's just my opinion. Do other commissioners have other strong feelings about this, or do we have a motion on it? I mean, I do think that the slope will be better overall, just to continue the rhythm in there.
And I want to thank you for allowing, or it sounds like you're preferring the gray, because I mean, my preference was the gray as well. And often when I'm working on historic buildings, we try to make the things that we add on look different enough that it's obviously not
Right.
original.
Mm-hmm. Commissioner Hill, Falcone, Dash, do you guys have any strong feelings either way?
I do not.
Nope.
It's good.
Okay, then
So I'll make a motion that we approve the stair and railing proposal for, sorry, I lost the street addresses here.
414.
414, et cetera,
Samsonia.
Samsonia Way. With the sloped railing at the stair and the gray paving underneath as proposed. Did I forget anything?
No, and that's option 3 from the application.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Option 3 with the sloped railing and the gray paving beneath.
And do we have a, okay, excellent. Do, for the vote, Commissioner Green,
Aye.
Commissioner Dash,
Aye.
Commissioner Falcone,
Aye.
Commissioner Hill,
Aye.
Commissioner Snipe,
Aye.
Commissioner, Aguirre, it's an aye as well. Motion moves forward. Thank you to the applicant.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carl.
Karen, good to see you again.
I know, forever, right? Yeah.
It's been, yeah, I've been out of Pittsburgh now for 20 years. So.
Wow.
All right. Come
All
on.
right.
Come
Thank
on,
you.
guys. Thank you. Item number 7 on the agenda, 1311 Sherman Avenue, building and site work, including new garage. Do we have the applicant ready for us, David De Leon?
Yes, we have John Francona.
Yeah, I'm here.
Hi, Joe. Welcome back.
Thank you.
You may begin with your name and address, and then you may start.
It's John Francona, 1234 Resaca Place on the north side. As soon as we get to the slide. So this is 1311 Sherman Avenue, and it's this is Sherman Avenue looking north, and it's you can see the blue structure there on the left-hand side. And it also includes the property just beyond that that is empty. This is looking from the south, so you can see the where the orange fence is. That's 1313, and blue house is 1311. This is looking from the back from Wolfram Way. That has the same fence. The fence was there when my client bought the house, so I'm not sure that it was ever approved. It doesn't look like it would have been. And then there are a couple of shots there from Wolfram Way, one looking from the north and one from the south. Just to give you some context. Keep it on the slide for a second. So on the, I want you to just pay attention to the rear of the house itself. On the second floor, there's the remnants of an old door that was there. So just keep that in mind as we move forward. Next slide, please. So this is looking at the empty lot, which has this fence in front that part of the project is to replace that. So we're going through the process right now of consolidating the lots. Right now, there are two separate properties, and we want to consolidate them into one. It's being used as a single use, but with the modifications that we want to make, we need to consolidate the lots, and the owner wants to do that regardless. Next slide. So we're actually doing work on all three sides of the house. So the front of the house was at some point was modified. The cornice work was covered in aluminum, and we want to remove that. The corbels were removed, and we want to replace those with corbels that are identical to the ones on the adjacent house, was 1309 Sherman. They actually used a sample that 1311 had, in their possession to make the ones on 13 and 9. So we're gonna borrow that back and replace and put new corbels back on. And I have a drawing that shows that later on. And also there is no door surround on this property, and part of the project is to add a door surround. 1309 does have a door surround, and so we're going to add one to this property. Doesn't look like there was ever one there originally, though. Next slide is the site plan. It just shows you the two lots. On the top is where it's vacant land. That's is vacant right now. There's a fence on both sides of the property. The rear of the property right now is where that huge parking lot is. So we're going to build a garage in the back. The lot right now is the 1311 is 20 feet. 1313 is 25 feet. So, but the new garage we're gonna push to the south of the property and make it 25 feet wide, just so it's a little more comfortable for a 2-car garage. We're also going to replace the deck that's between the two, but you can't see any of that from the street, so we're not really asking for approval for that. We're going to put a new fence a brick and iron fence along Wolfram Way, and we're also going to replace the fence on Sherman with a brick and iron fence. We're showing it here as a 4-foot fence. We're actually going for a variance so that we can make it higher to make it 6 feet. But it's drawn at 4 feet. So we'd like approval for both of those once you see them. So that if the variance is granted, we'll do the 6 foot. Next slide, please. So this is the front. You can see the new door surround. The existing front door looks like that. We're going to keep that. We're going to mimic the panels on the side of the door surround. Put some corbels on and have a slight overhang on the door frame. At the top, and the transom's existing. We're going to keep that, and we're going to take the aluminum off of off the box gutter and repair that. Whatever damage is to that, we may have to replace a bunch of it. We don't know, and then add the corbels that are shown that match the ones to the adjacent house, and then. On the empty lot, again, there are brick piers and an iron fence, with one of the panels being a gate so that you can get access from Sherman. And like I said, that this is shown at 4 feet. We would prefer it to be 6 feet, but since it's on the front, 4 feet is the maximum allowed by zoning. Next slide. So since we're consolidating the lots, that gives us the opportunity to put some openings in the side, which was on the property line, but now it's not. So we're doing some reconfiguring on the inside. So we'd like to put on the first floor these a pair of French doors with transoms that open onto the side lot, and then above that to put 2 windows in one of the bedrooms. And then on the right-hand side, you can see where the new garage is. So the ground slopes from Sherman down to Wolfram. So there'll be the garage will, at the point of the garage, there'll be a transition that'll step down into a lower lot. And then you can see the side of the garage, which mimics the garage to the north with the step on the elevation. And then you can see the fence at the brick and iron fence at the end. Next slide. And this is looking at the rear, showing the elevation of the garage along the street. We're going to do like a painted steel carriage house style garage door. We'll have a man door, which would be just built around painted steel door with a transom. It'll be brick with limestone trim pieces. The brick wall will be the same brick with limestone trim, and then an iron fence there. So if you look at above at the existing house, where I'm showing where the I call it the door to nowhere. So we want to remove that and then fill it in with brick, and then we'll paint it out to match the rest of the brick. Next slide. I think there's some, no, this is a view from the perspective from Wolfram. It shows the fence and the garage door and the man door. And then it shows the back elevation of the house without that door. We're also going to replace the, there's an existing door. There's a single French door. Right now it's a, I think it's a more solid door, but we're going to replace that door to match the new French doors along the side. Next slide. And this is from Sherman Avenue, showing the new door surround with the corbels and the box gutter opened or fixed, and then it shows the new gate and the fence and and from here, I'm not sure how much of the side you're going to actually be able to see of the French doors and those windows, but they'll probably be somewhat visible. I think that's it. Okay.
Is that it for the presentation?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Do we have any public comment regarding this property?
Not currently.
Okay. And we haven't received anything via staff from public comment either. Opening these to commissioners.
I have one silly comment, which is the hedge which you show, the tall hedge that's trimmed.
Yes.
Is wonderful. and I don't know if you're familiar, but one of the Toad Flax owners has one like that.
I'm sorry, one of the who?
Toad Flax, Shady Side. They have, the store is unrelated to this comment altogether, except for the fact that one of the owners made a hedge kind of like you're showing. Not quite as tall, but if you need an advice on how to make that hedge, you might want to follow up with them.
Okay, so right now there's a whole row of, I believe it's arborvitae that's along there, and
Oh, that looks way taller than arborvitae.
and I'm suggesting that it's hornbeam. If you're familiar with
I
that.
think that's what they have is hornbeam.
Yeah, and it's beautiful if you keep it trimmed and
Yes,
and
right.
it's like this.
Yes, exactly. That was the first thing that came to mind was it looks like a hornbeam hedge.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
No, thank you. So, and there's another example that I'm familiar with. It's in Shady Side, but it's not what you're saying.
Okay.
And it's on one of those fancy cul-de-sacs.
I'm not going to ask.
It's not in the district, so.
No.
I have a question. Do we have specifications or samples, for example, of those? Well, actually, yeah. Do we have any material specifications or just these drawings for documentation?
Just these drawings.
Yeah, that's
So
what,
for
that's
the
actually
railing?
what I popped in about is we're gonna need the specs for the garage door and all that stuff. Before,
Yeah,
I mean, in the Nana wall or whatever that is on the side there.
I'm sorry?
This right here. For the
Yeah, those are painted wood French doors.
yeah, so we'll need the specs for all that.
Correct.
Before-
Yeah,
So-
I can send you all that.
Yeah, I know you can, John.
I
Just had
have
to
a
go on the
question-
record.
I have a question for Sarah.
Yes, ma'am.
With these windows being on the side wall and not exposed to view, is our jurisdiction the same as, or what is our jurisdiction? Like, if you can't
Well,
see it, if you can't
the
see it
ord-
from the street,
The ordinance says that you guys can review anything that is visible from a public way. So that would be a road, that would be a sidewalk, that would be a park.
Okay.
So I mean, I think
that's a maybe.
Based on the building as it exists now, I think you can probably see these because you can kind of see the space.
Okay. Yep. Okay.
There
Yeah,
right now.
Yeah, I think they're going to be visible.
Okay.
You're not planning on painting the garage and brick wall blue.
No.
Okay, good.
We're planning to leave it as just red brick.
Glad to hear it.
So 2 quick comments.
Yes.
Thank you for your documentation. I think it looks great. Going to put on my building code official hat real quick. The new windows you're proposing on the north elevation are not permitted per the building code. If the 2 parcels remain unconsolidated. So just a note that either look at lot consolidation or consider going to the Board of Appeals to offer an alternative equivalent to allow those.
Oh, no,
direct
Dave,
reference.
Yeah, Dave, you must have missed my comment. We're going through the process of consolidating.
Okay, gotcha.
No, and because of that issue.
All right.
But thanks.
I think this looks good. I really like the attention that's being paid to the restoration on the facade, and I would like to make a motion that we move forward, if everybody's willing to entertain.
Yes.
I'll second that motion.
Wait. Yeah, as long as we have, specifications, provided to staff, or if it needs to come back. But yeah, I think we can entertain a motion.
Great. I'd like to move, we approve 1311 Sherman Avenue as submitted with the contingency that the items that have been discussed in here and the specifications for garage and doorways and windows and things like that all be submitted to staff for review.
And fence, yes. Mhm.
And fence.
Second.
For the vote, Commissioner Green,
Aye.
Commissioner Dash,
Aye.
Commissioner Falcone,
Aye.
Commissioner Hill,
Aye.
Commissioner Loyson,
Aye.
Commissioner Snipe,
Aye.
Commissioner Aguirre, that's an aye. Motion moves forward. Thank you.
Can I make one comment?
Okay.
Just for staff. This building is actually in the original Mexican War Street District, not in the expansion. This side of Sherman is part of the original historic district.
Thank you, John.
Okay. All right. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, John. Keep moving forward. Item number 8 in the agenda, Penn Liberty Historic District, 829 Liberty Avenue. Installation of security cameras. Do we have the applicant ready for us?
Yes, ma'am. My name is Ray Cervenak Jr. I'm with Omega Security Services. My address is 103 Yost Boulevard, Suite 100, Pittsburgh, PA 15221.
Okay, you may begin your presentation.
So Catholic Charities has an existing IP video surveillance system on the interior first floor of the structure, which contains the warming center for the Catholic Charities, and is also the entrance to the Victory Building, which is access to all of the offices on the second, third, fourth floors above. they've asked us to add security cameras on the exterior of the building due to the amount of incidents that we've seen crime-wise, with drug activity, employee safety, and a number of other items. Unfortunately, we had an incident this morning where a gentleman came into the warming center. 15 minutes later, he exited the building, got into a confrontation with two individuals on the corner of Liberty Avenue, I believe. And he opened fire. He fired 3 shots. And I don't believe anyone was hit or injured, but we've really seen an escalating scenario of events and incidents at the property. And that's why management has come to us and asked us to seek approval for the cameras. You can see from this slide that this will give you a general idea of where we would like to mount the cameras. Camera 1 would be looking up Liberty Avenue. This is the actual building there. Camera 2 would be looking down 9th Street toward Penn. Camera 3 would be looking up 9th Street toward Liberty. If you could go to the next slide. And camera 4 would be in this little alleyway here. I believe this is Exchange Way. I'm not exactly sure of the name. And those are really the 4 cameras that they would like to add to the exterior of the building. If you could go to the next slide. This is just the specs of the cameras that we're looking to add. They'll be standard pendant mount IP video surveillance cameras. They'll have a varifocal motorized lens, which will allow the operator of the network video recorder, the software, to adjust the field of view of the camera. So they can move it in and out. These are not pan tilt zoom cameras, but they are varifocal lenses. Next slide. That's where we intend to mount camera 1 on the building. Next slide. Camera 2. Cameras 3 and 4. Next slide. I think that's it.
Is that the end of the presentation? Ray, is that the end of the presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to confirm. Do we have any public comment regarding this property?
Not currently.
Okay, and stating for the record that the applicant did meet with development activities for the project. Any questions or concerns from from commissioners?
I do have one. And that is that I absolutely appreciate the need for the security and the cameras, and we all appreciate their being there. I just wonder if there is some model which is either modern enough to be inconspicuous or has any empathy towards historic buildings, because most of the ones which I see, like the mounting bracket for these, look a little bit like they were designed in the 1960s and never moved. And it's just not compatible with an historic building. Either it's not more modern or it's not inconspicuous. There's just something about it that looks a little too, I don't know, Jetsons, Fred Flintstone, something about it just does not look like it belongs on the building. And if you could solve that, I'd invest in your company.
If I could solve that, I wouldn't probably need investors. Unfortunately, you know,
It has to be, but it has to be out there. What would they do if you were in, you know, Denmark or Germany? I don't think they would do that.
well, I agree with you on that. There are other smaller options that we could go with. Unfortunately, I don't think that they would actually give us the field of view that would be required to get the camera far enough away from the building to give it really the field of view that we need to capture the property effectively and well.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. And in my view, while I don't love the image of the camera, you know, itself, what really bugs me is the bracket. The bracket, in my mind, perhaps because we all become accustomed to seeing cameras everywhere, the bracket is the most conspicuous thing. And that's what I'm objecting to. If there's any solution that looks better on an historic building or more compatible with an historic building, it has to be out there.
I have some experience with this recently because we've had to do a lot of security upgrades at Road F over the past few months or so. And unfortunately, there's not a lot of great options. For the bracketing, you know, we tried to find a dye that it wasn't kind of bright white and blends in a bit more with our facade isn't masonry. It's glazed terracotta tile.
Right.
You know, the hope there is that within the next decade or two, technology would have advanced enough where we will be able to replace it with something that's more kind of minimalist in nature, you know, than what's available now. But you know, I think that with this, my only question to you is, you know, and I'm looking at the placement of you as the applicant. I'm looking at the placement of these, and it looks like they're very much you know, on the street so that you have a 180-degree view kind of both ways. Because the only thought that occurred to me is that if there's an opportunity to tuck it in kind of in one of the openings itself, you know, or kind of under an awning or something so it's a bit less conspicuous. But I know that the repercussions there is that it might kind of limit your field of view from a security perspective, and wanted to hear if you've explored that option at all.
Absolutely. We did review that with the owners and management of the building. In order to do that, if you see there's a little doorway there right below camera one. The pillars of the building, if we put those cameras inside those pillars inside there, it would require literally 1, 2, 3 on that side, and then another, I think there's 4, 5, or 6 on the other side. The alleyway, I think we could probably get away with it, but you know, here it just presents the building's architectural, the design really, it limits us to what we can do to capture the property. And really just, we're really concerned with the sidewalk. That right there at the corner where that gentleman is standing, that is actually a Citizens Bank ATM, and is subsequently an area of much drug use activity. And we do have a camera on the inside of the lobby that looks at that specific lobby, ATM lobby area. But I even proposed keep putting, you know, having the blinds up in the building so we could capture more of the outside while they're there. But the sunlight just comes in through most of the day, and you really don't get the best image of anything going out on the street. And I completely agree with you that camera technology and the mounts is really not aesthetically pleasing. And I think that our industry definitely needs to get up to speed on that and start coming up with some solutions.
So one thing I'm looking at right now with the image, which is on our screen, where you have the yellow circle with the number 1 on it.
Yes.
In that piece of the wall, there the stone joints have like a a coursing, a vertical coursing line to the far left and to the far right, and then they have a full stone in the middle. If you were able to put that number 1 to the left and on a stone joint, like kind of near where the coursing is of the adjacent building, the more textured thing.
Okay.
I feel like it would be a little bit less conspicuous than if you just stuck it where the number 1 is on your picture.
Sure, and we can absolutely look to move that camera there. These are just general, in my opinion, locations of where we would have ideally liked to have mounted the cameras. But the one thing that really is a factor here is that the brick of the building, and it's, if you look at the bottom of the pillar there, where camera 1 is, and see how much how brittle the structure really is from that standpoint. It really presents some challenges as far as where we can mount the camera. So we've really got to be in the joints when we fasten the
right. And what you see there is probably a flood line from years past. But if you took your number 1 and moved it to the left coursing joint and maybe down a course.
Okay.
So you'd be just a little bit below the cornice line of the adjacent.
Okay, I see what you're saying there. Yeah.
So you're still kind of in the same position, but be on the vertical joint where like just a little bit to the left and down of where your number 1 is. I think you could make it less a part of the building facade and look like it's maybe, I don't know, off to the side, or maybe part of the neighbor's building, not yours.
Sure, yeah. And
like,
actually, going further left would actually give us a better field of view for the camera.
Yeah, so if you can, like, there might be some tweaking to the locations where, especially if you're off to the side, you're not going to be like right smack in the middle of a piece of the architecture, but still get the coverage that you want.
Sure.
Would be my preference.
Okay.
And my next million making career is going to be to design one of these things. It looks okay.
I even thought about having the cameras taken to some type of specialty painter to make them look very similar to the actual facade and color of the stone.
Yeah, that's actually, I was going to suggest if you could just try to, get them so they're not stark white.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We intend to paint them. I didn't want, matching that color. Obviously, my business is security, not design and paint. But yeah, that we absolutely intend to make that happen.
And then to Karen's point, I just also agree. I always prefer when you try to stick to the joints just to avoid, I hate when you drill into the stone fresh and everything.
Oh yeah, we absolutely will not do that at all. I told the owners of the building that if they wanted, if that was the intent, that we were going to have to get a specialty contractor down there, like Graziano or someone who can really make this stuff, preserve the integrity of the stone.
Yeah, I mean, it says that on your note, but I'd like to see it. I'd like to see your circle with the number 1 in it, a little more carefully placed.
Okay.
And I don't have control of the screen, but I'm not sure where all the others are, but.
I was going to add, that like to have, it could be submitted to staff, but I actually have just an actual drawing and then a detail that it could be used as reference, not only for the records, to make sure that we all are in agreement how it's going to be installed. And also for your installation, you know, whoever's going to do the installation, that they know that that's what they're supposed to and where they're supposed to do it. So there's no mistakes.
Right.
Now for camera 2, would you prefer that we are further to the right by the corner of the window, or because this is the corner that will, I think, is going to give us the most trouble? Because there's really only, I mean, I can bring it down. I can do whatever we need to do there. You just give me a little bit of guidance.
Shouldn't they be aligned horizontally around the building? Because if we have one of them up and then down and over, I think that will look troublesome.
I don't disagree with what you're saying. I don't disagree with what you're saying, except for the fact that, you know, the note camera mounts is kind of covering up that whole big cornice by the entry, and it might be, and I can't really see in this picture you know, where might be the least conspicuous but most advantageous place. It's
Well,
just,
you know, honestly, I mean, we can figure that out in consultation with the contractor, the applicant.
handle all-
I mean, what I would say is that the guidelines specifically state that you're not supposed to add anything to the building that's going to cover up any architectural detailing. So what I would suggest is we try and put number 2 away from the details on the corner.
Okay.
I don't want to really get specific than that, because honestly, I think it's really important that we make these cameras happen for these folks.
right, but what I would say, is I don't agree with the sticking it on a blank face of something like where the number 2 is, because
Well, that's the wall though. I mean, it has to go somewhere in
right,
that
but
general vicinity.
where they have it drawn is going to make the camera most conspicuous. And I think that that's not what you want from an architectural point of view. You want it to do its job, but not necessarily be prominent on the facade.
Yeah, I hear you, but I guess in some cases there's a small price that we pay for safety.
I agree.
I was just gonna say, I can't conceivably see where else they could put them. You know, there's only so much space on the wall.
Yeah, I mean, I think the only other thing they could do would be to put a pole out in the sidewalk and mount a camera on a pole. And I don't even want to go there with that.
Okay, but that's not what I'm saying. What I'm trying to say is, when you put the thing in the middle of a blank flat surface, it's going to mess up the architecture of the building versus finding some place that's a little less conspicuous. Like if you took that number 2 down to the bottom of the cornice thing that's on the corner and maybe made it like a little close to the cornice, you're not going to see it quite as much as if you stick it in the middle of a blank flat wall.
I see what I see what Karen is saying, and I can see the point of that. Would that alter that much the efficiency of those cameras, Ray?
Actually, it will, because that camera, if you want me to put it to the left, where the cornice is there, it actually won't be able to get around to look down Penn Avenue.
Okay, but what I'm trying to say
Toward
is
9th Street, yeah.
move it, so where the 2 is, go down 1, 2, 3, 4, go down 4 joints and be like right on the corner. But so you're a little bit, you're not just sticking it out in the middle of a flat wall. You're somehow getting it maybe a little bit obscured architecturally by the cornice, but you're not obscuring the view. You don't want to obscure the view. I get that. The security is very important. Don't get me wrong. but I think that you're, I don't know.
Wait,
If-
Karen.
I mean, I propose that the applicant work with staff to figure out where to put
Yes.
things.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if we could just get,
Decided.
yeah,
We can go stand on the sidewalk with them.
Yeah,
We can
if you
do
just
that.
want to stick it in the middle of the wall, I would say no. So that would be my thing. Like you've got to be able to be a little more architecturally sensitive than that.
Absolutely. Sarah?
Duly noted.
Sarah, I'm going to expect to see you outside then.
Hey, shoot me an email. I long to leave my house.
Very good.
Okay.
So then I would like to move that we approve the application for 821 Liberty Avenue with the contingency that the applicant work with staff to ensure the placement and color of the cameras is as inconspicuous as possible while still obtaining their security needs.
Second.
For the vote, Commissioner Green,
Aye.
Commissioner Falcone,
Aye.
Commissioner Hill,
Aye.
Commissioner Hill,
Aye.
Commissioner Loison,
Begrudgingly. Aye.
Commissioner Snipe,
I also.
and Commissioner Aguirre is an aye. Motion moves forward. Yeah, just please meet with staff just to make sure that the concerns brought up are taken care of.
Absolutely. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Last item on the agenda, item number 9, Shenley Farms Historic District, 204 Tennyson Avenue, after the fact alterations to rear building. Do we have the applicant?
Yes, we should.
Okay.
Let me turn on the video. Yeah.
Okay. Please state your name and address for the record, and then you may begin.
Okay. My name is Chin Min Wang. Q spell basically CH. So Chin Min Wang. The address is 204 Tennyson Avenue. 15213. It's in Oakland, basically. Shenley Farm. 1 block from the University of Pittsburgh. So let me just briefly tell the project for the house. So I have the small building in the backyard. The small building was used by the previous owner as basically the garage. I moved in, basically I bought this house 2013. And the house, the small building was in a very bad shape. Almost all the windows were broken. And the roof also got some opening there. The old couple sold me the house. Very dirty and a lot of garbage inside. So I tried to clean it. And up I found a squirrel and other things, small animals basically use that space for their daily life. So smell very bad. And I basically decided not using that at the garage. But for financial reason, I didn't use it. I didn't have time to remodel it. Then many years passed, basically. I think it's time for me to try to convert or turn the garage to be a nice garage or use it for some other purpose for my family. So we really didn't have a very clear vision at the time last year when we started the project, because I discussed with the handyman and asked him to suggest me what I should use it for. And later on I said, well, the garage, I really don't need a garage, because between the main building and the small building, I can park up to 5 cars. And my family, we only have 4 cars. And sometimes I let my colleague, my former department chair at Pitt. He was most of the time in China to run the Pittsburgh Sichuan University Institute. He's a dean there. So he sometimes park his car in the backyard. So the worst case, I may have 5 cars parking in the backyard. So even in that case, I don't need to use the garage for the parking purpose. I think I was thinking about the turn into at the very beginning, into a guest suite. Later on, I think it may not be a good idea. Then we change minds. We turn into my office space, research space, because pandemic started. I cannot go to office. I cannot go to my lab. By the way, I'm working at University of Pittsburgh School of Engineering as a professor. So basically, I just keep changing this kind of idea, what I should do. But basically, first we try to replace all the window, that's small building, because it's all broken. Also the front side garage door with some wood siding, and it was damaged on the bottom. Also a lot of opening there. Then squirrel and the cat get in, basically cause a lot of trouble inside. The poop there, you produce a lot of dirt. Smells so badly. For years, basically, it's just now. What happened is, I checked the history of the building. This extension here, basically the garage door, the previous garage door, that small extension was added by the previous owner. So the building was a Bonner's house at the time it was built. So I think it's better to restore it to be a small building, but I didn't have a plan to remove the entire extension, because in case later on, if I sold the house 10 years, 15 years later, when I retire from Pitt, then maybe the next owner is going to keep it used as garage. So I'd rather keep that extension, not completely restored to original 100 years ago, shape. Then I talked to my handyman at the time. I'm sorry, I didn't know I need to go through all those paperwork to get approved, your commissioner, and also get approved by Oakland, those kind of organization. I have no clue, because the past 2 years, my family lived in Franklin Park. We didn't know any rule regulation, living in the city. At the time when we bought this house, really, I was persuaded by a realtor to buy it. I was just curious to stop by the house when it was in market. Didn't have a plan to buy it. I was just joking with my wife, say, well, this is a nice house. I just visited it. It's an open house. And somehow the realtor persuaded me. I was kind of, yes or no, hesitating. Then we tried to buy the house in Franklin Park and then moved there because 2013 gas price is very high. Both my wife and myself working at Pitt. And at the time, my son, my daughter are a couple of years away to go to college, go to Pitt or SMU. Then the younger daughter, we probably move her to city school like Winchester Thurston. So my son, doing some activity there for math competition. We like that school. So we may sell the house in Franklin Park and move there. That's basically my motivation to buy the house. So they keep, give me a good deal, drop the price. At the point, I think I barely just affordable to buy it. So we decided to purchase it because they dropped the price, no any improvement, remodeling happened, so the small building was in bad shape. But after we bought the house, the kids refused to move. So we stuck, basically, That's how we still have a house in Franklin Park because my daughter's still in senior high school. My son, my daughter live in main building. So the financial reason, we kind of switched it. So the small building, we never got a chance to remodel it. So come to last year, right before pandemic starts. The first thing we did is just try to replace all the window for the small building. We actually paint all the main building windows using the old corner, the dark corner. The basically dark color painted, that's more party finish. In the same contractor, I asked him to replace all the window. Then during the course we discussed, probably we just turn the small building to, useful space to get rid of those cats, get rid of those, squirrels in the backyard. I didn't know the regulations, so that's why I didn't contact with the city, POI office. I didn't contact with my neighborhood. So we basically do, okay, remove the garage door, put 2 windows there, put 1 door there, okay, turn into basically completely small house. Small building, I would say that it's not house. So people doubt I probably turn it into a dewinning unit. Then keep sending later, call city and give me, warning later. I have no clue about it. So take me a while to figure out what's wrong with it. Then all the time I come to this point today, I just want to present you what I did for that small building is we remove the garage door, the 2 garage door. Then put concrete sidewall and 2 windows there and 1 door there. Then suppose we should keep the window be dark color, but we order 1 window instead of a dark color is white color. Then the handyman painted door that was dark first, painted door to white color to match the window color. Then my 1 month later say, well, this is not inconsistent with the window color for the building. Then, but in November, I got so many warning from city when we decided to completely stop the whole thing. So basically, window replaced, the door installed, everything just stopped there. But what I need now is just apply for Oakland, residential whatever committee organization approve. I did go through that. Now I come to today is just for the commission.
What I can kind of summarize the things on our end for you very quickly. Is there were a while ago there were a lot of concerns from the neighbors regarding zoning issues and code issues related to zoning. And so luckily the only thing we need to look at today are these 2 vinyl windows in the garage that are way in the back of the driveway. I was standing on the sidewalk when I took this photo, so you can see them. If they were a dark color, we probably wouldn't have noticed it. Okay. There are other changes to the building that are not visible from the public right away, so those are not under our purview. So it's just these these 2 windows today, right there. So
we
that's
decided
really what
already
we need to
to
worry about.
My handyman, he told me he has a way to paint it. And he didn't do it yet. I already paid the money because it's too cold. In wintertime, he want to wait for, when it's sunny day, temperature back a little bit, he's going to paint it. I don't know what kind of paint he's going to use, but he told me he has a way to do it to basically turn into a, dark color. Or I told him I can replace with different window. Okay, with different window, with the dark color that match the main building's windows and also other windows in a small building. It's just a matter of time, whenever you found it's convenient, he's going to do it. That's my answer basically for the concern you have.
Question, Sarah. The material of the window.
Yeah.
What does it have to be?
Well, we like in-kind repair and replacement. So there's if they were wood windows, like I would expect from the age that the owner says the garages, they were probably aluminum, but I don't know.
I did talk to the window contractor and the window company. Then the window actually I bought is suggested by them. Even as a wood window, for example, from Anderson Window Company, they do have, the main material is wood. However, the outside, front side, they still have a coating layer of vinyl. Because
if you know what kind of window was in there before?
What?
Do you know what kind of window was in there before?
It is completely 100% wood, but it's
they were wood.
Oh,
okay.
There's no such window available for me to buy. I can only buy wood window. However, as I say, they gotta have a coating layer of, or the center layer of vinyl coating on that.
If I may just interrupt for a minute.
Okay, please.
If I may interrupt for a minute, this, as you know, staff mentioned, you know, we only look at the historic, you know, merits or meeting the guidelines for the project A. This project obviously did not come to us for permitting before, so I think there's a lot of information being provided, but I don't think it's the information exactly that we need to see in order for us to give an approval either way. Have you, Mr. Quinming, looked at Quinming Wang? Yeah, yeah. You need to look at the guidelines for the district and, you know, comply by them, or provide something in kind that was there before. Right now, I've been trying to follow the whole conversation, but I just feel like we're going to be spinning our wheels, and the information that we need to see is not really there. And I don't know if that's how other
there's a whole presentation here. Let's see what's included.
Yeah, all the windows I bought for that small building is the same brand from the same company, Anderson window.
Sarah, you said the one thing we're looking at, though, is these two windows are what are visible from the street, and whether
That's correct. Yeah.
whether or not they're wood is what we need to.
So our labor, basically, the neighborhood association say, I need it painted into dark color.
So I've got a bigger question here, which I didn't understand. So this new little addition on the front of it, that is in front of the garage. Whoa.
All that's up for review are the two windows, no additions or anything.
I didn't have any addition. I only replaced the
This.
glass with a wall.
These two windows are the only thing that's up for review.
So that whole bump on the garage is not up for review?
No, it's not. It's existing.
Just the windows.
Just windows and the door.
And not even the door, sir, because you can't see it.
Okay, yeah, not even the door.
Just those two windows.
Yeah, what happened is the two window, the only thing looks like an odd is a white corner. Okay, because the main building is with the frame, dark corner frame. I need to turn into a dark brown or dark. Okay, follow the same color.
Can we make a recommendation?
Yes, please.
So cut through the chase. Apparently, it sounds like we're going to need wooden windows. So he may perhaps need to get an architect or someone who can get him the proper windows, come back with a plan that we can review and approve. What's there right now can't be approved.
So what happened is the window, they are the same windows, same brand. The only thing when I order it, the two window become, I didn't pay too much attention to choose a corner. Okay, it's just white corner.
Okay. So my question though is, why is this little bump, the non-historic bump, even approvable? Like, how did that happen?
It's not on the application. It was done before the district was in place.
Right.
Yeah, we cannot. Yeah, Karen, we cannot review stuff that was already.
What I can tell you is this: is that if you choose to replace what's here with wooden windows, you will not need to come back to commission. We can approve that at a staff level.
Yeah, but before we keep moving forward, we have to take public comment for this project, and also we have received separately letters regarding this project. So once again, I'm not trying to cut anybody off. I'm just trying to, focus our time on what is, related to what we need to review here. So I think Mr. Quinming Wang has already presented, more or less the scope of, what we're reviewing along with the staff, which is the two windows. Would that be okay if we move to public comment for this project?
Yes, please.
Okay, David DeLeon, could you please bring the first person?
I believe we have the first participant unmuted.
Please state your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes to state your comments for the property.
Are you talking about me, Kimo Jung?
If you are a public comment.
My name is Kimo Jung. I live at 214 Tennyson Avenue, 4 houses up from Dr. Wang. I think maybe you misunderstand what has happened here. It was a brick carriage house structure that matched the front house, onto which a wooden lean-to addition was added without permit or any review aesthetically. And it is alarming as a neighbor that something could be built in a potentially unsafe and even hazardous manner, but it also betrays the aesthetic unity of the existing compound and the neighborhood. And I hope that the commission will require strict compliance with the laws and rules so that other neighbors will not follow in suit and attempt to skirt the legal process and just start adding to the footprint of their building without any kind of review or permit.
Can I answer?
No, I'm sorry, Mr. Owen, you have to stay quiet while we have public comment, okay? Thank you. Hold on. Is that the full extent of your comment?
Yes, he expanded the building without permit. This is not what it looked like. It's not just a matter of windows. There is a whole lean-to structure attached to what was once the front of the carriage house.
Wow.
Well, that's
I think
not what I was told.
Okay, yeah, that's what I'm trying to get into because, well, let's hear the public comment and then we'll present what we received separately from the OPDC and also from the Shenley Farms Civic Association. Is that the full of your?
Yes, and I should just state, I live in the neighborhood. I'm a homeowner, but I'm not part of the Shenley Farms Civic Association. I'm just a independent neighbor of Dr. Wang's.
Okay, thank you for your testimony.
Okay, thank you.
Could we, do we have the next public testimony for the project?
Yes, Liz Frame.
Hi, my name's Elizabeth Frame, and I live at 4360 Center Avenue in Shenley Farms. I'd like to just mention a few points. First of all, on Mr. Wang's application, he notes that there's a small building in the back of his house. And I want you to know that this small building was, as we have discussed, a carriage home that was designed by a very renowned architect and built for the original owner, Otto Felix, in 1906. It was not a butler's house, and its original design is significant to our neighborhood. Although Dr. Wang does not live here, when we all purchased in Shenley Farms, we all agree to respect the historic charm of this neighborhood. I find it disconcerting that Mr. Wang has changed the exterior of the carriage house to accommodate a research lab or perhaps future rental property without approval. My thought is perhaps if you could find space inside his 10-bedroom, 6,360 square foot home to designate a room to be used for office research, this would allow the exterior of the carriage house to be returned to its original historic design, which would create a cohesive aesthetic relationship with the home and neighboring properties in Shenley Farms. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you very much for your testimony. Do we have somebody else on the queue for this public testimony?
Yes, Norman Cleary.
Okay, Mr. Norman, can you hear us?
I assume I'm back. I just got disconnected. Am I there?
Yes, please state your name and address for the public testimony, and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, my name is Norman Cleary. I reside at 4323 Parkman Avenue, Pittsburgh 15213. I serve as chairman of the Shenley Farm Civic Association Government and Institutional Relations Committee, and I will make this very brief. I think I may be able to help. You've already mentioned that you received a letter from our president, Janet Squires. She asked me to attend the hearing in her absence in case there are any questions that you need to have answered. Are there any?
No.
All right.
No.
In that case, I have a couple of comments.
Go ahead.
Dr. Wang's application for the subject building has already been identified as being slightly incorrect. It was not a butler's residence. It was always a carriage house. I have a circa 1909 photograph of the property, which I'd be happy to screen share with you or literally hold it up to the camera, whichever is easiest for you. But it clearly shows a well-designed carriage house. 204 Tennyson is an exquisite property. Dr. Wang is very fortunate to have purchased this classic example of American Foursquare design. The architect was Max Neidlinger. He was very prolific at the turn of the century and well into the mid-20th century in Pittsburgh and Philadelphia. You may be familiar with some of his work. The First Baptist Church on Baird is his design. The Medical Arts Building on Fifth Avenue is his design, and many other buildings. I appreciate Sarah's comments about what's in question today, but what I'd ask the commission to consider is that Dr. Wang's project brings into question the advisability of using this 1969 addition to the original carriage house as a new and fully repurposed facade for the original carriage house. I mean, under current HRC guidelines, it's doubtful that the 69 edition would have ever been permitted. Now, you may be restricted to some extent with regard to this, but at least we would appreciate your considering that if it is to be permitted to use the 69 edition, that the exterior material should match or at least be complementary with the original carriage house facade, which is identical to the main house, which is a brick facade. I didn't see a schedule in his submittals that identifies the windows and the doors, and I understand that the door is not visible from a public right-of-way, but the windows certainly are. They appear to be these double-hung vinyl or similar material windows. But I would argue that the windows are out of scale with the building, and perhaps considering the architectural nature of the property, if properly selected windows were to be installed perhaps with stone lintels to match the main house, this might all become more architecturally appropriate. But from what we see now, and from what I've heard from our neighbors, Dr. Wang's current plans just don't fit the property. What I had mentioned is the carriage house.
Okay, can you make a copy later on so I can get that?
I would like to hold, I would just like to hear public comment at this time, if that's okay, Mr. Quinmin Wang. Do we have any more public comment, Mr. David De Leon? Thank you, Mr. Clary, for your.
You're welcome.
Do we have more public comment, David De Leon?
No, not currently.
Okay, thank you. Before we open this to the commissioners to try to focus this conversation a little bit more, I would like to enter for the record that we received a letter from the Oakland Planning and Development Corporation with their concerns about of the work being taken but in the property, and that these renovations don't seem to be either within the guidelines or being permitted per city or local planning department. I will also like to enter for the record the letter from the Square Shanley Farms Civic Association from Ms. Janice Squires, president. Echoing what Mr. Cleary mentioned regarding the importance of the actual nature of the building in the back being a carriage house, that it has not been taken into consideration for its history. It also, it seems that the renovation was not approved by anybody, whatever was done in the back. And if there's going to be improvements done, that they are appropriate and consistent with the period architecture of the space. And then last but not least, we have the development activities meeting report letter. It is extensive, where there were 40 different attendees, I guess, showing different levels of concern regarding what is happening on the property, regarding the renovation and the occupancy. Obviously, because we are the Historic Review Commission, we can only focus on the renovation in itself and its historic merits, and if it's within the guidelines, and also, as staff mentioned, that it is what is visible and which will be applicable to us. So I think with all that information at the table, I would like to now open it to commissioners to either ask questions to the applicant or to staff. One question that I have to start is, so this addition that was done to this carriage house happened before the purchase, after you purchased the property, Mr. Wang, or that was there existing when you purchased the house?
What I really did, let me point out here, if you consider this is addition with a roof and a wall here, what I really did, I didn't put a roof here. The 5 feet extension was down there when I purchased this house. It was used as a garage. I think the addition of this 6 feet, 5 feet length, and also the roof there is the previous owner did. Okay, he wanted to fit in the car. Otherwise, the entire depth of the building is not enough to accommodate car. That's why the previous owner, or maybe the previous owner, added the addition. What I did is just remove the 2 garage door and put this painted wall, replace the garage door and put very simple wall there, and also put the 2 window and 1 door there. Okay, I think my neighbors keep saying I was making addition entire. I didn't. I think maybe I was wrong to consider it as a partner house, because I just have no clue, what the house originally was for. Because I did check the history. Then my friend who visited my house told me likely it's partner house. Okay, I did search online all the material I can find out. My goal is not to turn into renting property. My goal is not turn into anything. Okay, I just want to turn this small building to be as original as possible in nice condition, instead of letting this building be occupied by squirrel and cat and other small animals. Okay, because I want to use it as a useful space, any purpose. I'm open, but I never want to consider this is going to be, for example, renting property. I don't have that. That is not applicable to us, Mr. Wing. Like as I mentioned before, we're just focusing on the. My neighbors, what they claim, they always think it's not consistent with the building. I don't have any purpose for my building. I just want to restore it. Because maybe I'm not architecture. I'm not a, I'm not a building engineer, civil engineer. I just want to turn into a nice building based on my personal design. I don't even have a designer before.
Okay, thank you for your response, commissioners.
Just a couple comments. I think I have clarity now from what I've heard from the neighbors that what Mr. Wang did, this was a garage. This wasn't what we see right now. So subsequently, he added an entirely different facade material. He added those windows, which probably did not exist before either. And so I like to see some original pictures. What it stands right now, it can't be approved.
Other commissioners, other comments?
Yeah, if I could, if I'm understanding right, and I'm still not sure I'm fully understanding. I agree with Richard. Whatever's going on the front is more than just replacing a garage door, is what it boils down to. Even if this little bump out in the roof and the color, even if that was all there, this is more than replacing a garage door. So therefore, it can't stand as is.
I agree.
As do I.
I personally, and also thinking historically about what we've done in the past, sorry, my son has an opinion too, but what I have done in the past, we have done as a commission in the past is even we want to understand what was there before. You know, if there was a historic nature, we want to be able to see it, even though we can only see a small portion of it. We want to make sure that the right work is being taken. Now, I do applaud Mr. Wang for trying to bring some value into the property, and you know that, as he mentioned, you know, he's not an architect, and he's been trying to do the best he can, but sometimes in situations like this, you know, I think we need help from people who know the neighborhood, who know the properties, in order to do the work right, because otherwise we damage history that, you know, was there before, or we create animosity between, you know, a community. So I know personally I would like more clarity, more information, and that's something that staff can help guide Mr. Wang on what we would like to see in order to have a better, I think we have a better understanding, but to be able to better guide what the next steps should be for this, irregardless of what other concerns the community and civic association might have. That's not under our review.
I guess I would add that when you're in an historic district, there are ways of doing adaptive reuse to make buildings, as our chairwoman described, as being more valuable use-wise, but still in character with the historic neighborhood. And I think that that advice would have been well advised. I mean, I feel like the after the fact thing that we're looking at here is just so inconsistent with what the neighborhood should be respecting, that it's kind of hard to say, are those the right windows, when the whole thing is wrong?
So I guess two things I would say. One, we can't definitively say right now what was there before, and until we have some documentation on that end, I would recommend we defer judgment on what's acceptable. It's going to be very different to me if there was historic fabric there. The standards are, you know, if it's gone, you don't have to recreate it. So I'd like to understand, you know, what was there before, see some photos, and before we make a judgment on what's acceptable. And then secondarily, also to recognize that the visibility of this structure from the public right of way is also relatively minor, just in the scale of things. And I think that there is room for us as a commission to potentially consider different standards for an accessory structure and modifications to it that have minimal visibility from the right of way. So just my comments, just throw it in the mix for others to consider.
We just table for 30 days then, work with staff.
I think so, yes.
I think so, yes. Yeah, definitely, for sure. I don't feel comfortable. I don't think anybody else feels comfortable to make a decision at this time. We need more clarity, and I think, and other commissioners, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I think right now what we need is we need to know what was there before, photographs if available, what the renovations for the exterior are. We don't care what is happening on the inside. That is something that other departments and other, zoning and departments within the city will take care of. And then what kind of materials are going to be used, and definitely to read the guidelines, the historic guidelines for the district in order to abide by them. And then most definitely, maybe at this point, maybe a little bit too late, I still have hope that working with your local neighbor community who know the community and know the property, that always brings value to any project. Do we have a motion?
Motion that we table any action for 30 days to give the owner an opportunity to revisit and provide detailed information on what was there first.
Second.
Procedure. Yeah.
Okay, who was the second? We have a second, right?
Hey, James.
Yeah, James.
Okay, thank you, James. For the vote, Commissioner Green,
Aye.
Commissioner Falcone,
Aye.
Commissioner Hill,
Aye.
Commissioner Loyson,
Aye.
Commissioner Snipe,
Aye.
and Commissioner Aguirre is an aye. Thank you, Mr. Wang, for being here with us. Work with the staff, and we look forward to hear from you in 30 days. Moving forward in our agenda, that is for hearings for today. Next item on the agenda, we have demolitions. There are none.
Yay.
Yes, I love not having demolitions. And historic nominations, we have no applications. However, do we have any public comment regarding the National Historic? What was it? There were two properties, the YMCA and then the other.
Oliver, maybe?
No. At the Center Avenue YMCA and then the International Harvester Company building. Staff, do we have any public comment or anybody?
Currently on the Zoom now.
No Zoom. Okay, and then we did not receive anything in paper or email, correct?
Right.
We're just required to advertise, and this is a good way to get the word out, is to put them on the agenda. So,
okay, excellent. Well then, I'm gonna say crickets. I don't hear anybody or anything. Moving forward, we will have. That's the sound of silence. Crickets is for me the sound of silence, or when my son is not in the room. We don't have a director's report. Commissioner Dash had to dash from the meeting. He had something to attend. So unless somebody else has any questions or issues, I think we could probably adjourn.
I just wanted to point out, I thought it was interesting in the paper about the whole Homewood thing in the city. I'm not sure that that's really in our purview, but, you know, it was we were talking about demolitions. It's so nice to not have any. But it was not a very flattering picture of city-owned properties in Homewood, and I wish it were different, that's all.
I agree. I have thoughts about it, but I don't think this is the right forum for us to discuss.
No, it really isn't, sorry. It was on my mind, so.
Yeah, no, I agree, but yeah, that's all I have is 5:15, which is not too bad.
Not too bad, no.
Somebody make a motion.
Matthew, did you say something? A motion?
Yeah, I move that we adjourn.
A second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, everybody, for your time.